I think actually lower is better. Because it's saying worse conditions because it's raining. But yeah, it's like, if it's raining, it should be cold. Yeah. Probably should. I just want to see if it works. I just want to see if it works. People have already liked it. Great. I hate when you can't skip. Oh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Meares Velodrome for this day number 4 of our under-15 and National Track Championships as we move on to our first event of the day. And this is our under-15 sprint qualifying for men and our first rider out on track. 26 is Nino Durand. To everyone who's joining us in the stadium here this morning, but also welcome to everyone joining us on AusCycling's YouTube channel. In parts of the world, we've had some lovely feedback and messages from people throughout the last couple of weeks of 19s, our Para Championships, and a big day of racing to go again today. Sit back, enjoy the competition as Nino Durand of New Caledonia is our rider out on the track at the moment. He'll be going round to set the fastest time he possibly can. Had a fantastic day out in the individual pursuit yesterday, finishing 3rd in the competition. Our international gets himself underway. I've been impressed to see what he can do here because he's been very competitive in all the other races. Just adding another element to the competition here in the under-15s. Through the first 100, we'll see what the first time is going to be as Nino comes up and stops the clock. Very nice indeed, 12.224 for the under-15. Our next rider out on track from New South Wales, just heading down the back straight, is Adrian Zhang. First met Adrian in Wollongong in 2022 at the World Championships when he was receiving a New South Wales Cyclist of the Year award. He was too young for national championships in those days. Now he's up into the under-15 ranks. Fantastic to see him representing New South Wales now. As he builds up pace, he'll come into the home straight. Moving nicely. Getting everything out of the bike that he can as he heads down the back straight. This time through the 100, a little bit off the time of Nino. Different builds and abilities in the under-15 ranks as the growing years and the development years. 13.57 for Adrian as he goes through to do his time. Next rider out on track is also from New South Wales. This is Oliver Meares. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have the top state award, the best state of the week of racing, the Ray Godkin Shield is what it is. At the moment, New South Wales are leading the way on 45 points. Queensland have 35, along with Victoria on 35. Western Australia have 21 points, South Australia 11, Tassie 9, the ACT 6 and New Caledonia 3. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points as Oliver gets underway. Moving nicely. The club team or the state premiership award. It's a good contest. Plenty to race for. As Oliver comes in, looking to see where he can stop the clock as he goes across the line. Third quickest, 14.15 for Oliver. First of our Queensland competitors in our under 15 ranks now. This is Sebastian Uri. Seb heads down the back straight now. Into the home straight this time, building up pace nicely. Going to get everything he possibly can out of that bike here, Sebastian. Moving nicely, perfect line through the 200. And heads down the back straight, getting everything he possibly can out of the gear ratio. Third quickest out of the ones we've seen so far, and we've seen a few. Goes across the line. Is up fourth fastest at the moment, 14.154, equaling the time of Sebastian Uri and Oliver Meares. They're both on the same time as they go through. First of our South Australian competitors now up onto the track. This is Nate Roberts-Thompson, just heading down the back straight. Nate building up pace nicely as he goes into the 200 metres now. The South Australian looking to try and get himself as close to the top of the leaderboard as he can. We've got a fast time in number one spot at the moment in 12.22. Nate comes up and stops the clock, 13.478. Puts himself up into second place for now. Hudson Taylor from the ACT is our next rider, heading down the back straight now. Concentrating over the next lap and a half. Just how to execute this ride the best way he can, and then absolutely full gas after that. Hudson building up pace and nicely at the top of the banking. It doesn't take long for these kids to get on top of their gear ratio. They're very small gears in comparison to what we see at an elite level, and a lot of these kids spend most of their time, especially in the last years of competition, absolutely at the maximum of their abilities on the gear ratios provided. Hudson will come through to finish off this time. Fourth fastest for now, 13.577. The Ray Godkin Shield, the top state award. The day one was led by Victoria, and then Queensland, then New South Wales and WA. Day two, Victoria was still leading the way. New South Wales was in second. Queensland had got themselves up into third. WA in fourth. As we start day 4, I'll give you the day 3 standings. New South Wales is leading with Queensland in second, Victoria in 3 and WA in 4. So 5, 3, 2 and 1 points for each event that is held. And that's how it's calculated throughout the week. As our new man on the track now from Western Australia is Casey brought a fan with him. That's nice to hear. They roll down the back straight. We're going to have to do something about the cheering today, ladies and gentlemen. We really hear from your state at the moment, because the only state I ever hear from this week so far has been South Australia. So let's make some noise for the young man from WA here. Casey Bunton moving nicely. Second quickest through the first. Right here from Casey. He comes up and stops the clock. Second quickest so far, 13.064. Nice solid ride there. Now, this is what I'm talking about. We've got a Queensland cyclist on the track. All I hear is South Australian cheering when they're on the track. Let's make some noise for our next rider. Representing Queensland, this is Patrick Richardson. Okay, local Queenslanders, we're going to work on that through the day, okay? Nino Durand from New Caledonia, 224. Top of the leaderboard. Casey Bunton is number 2 at the moment, 36. Nice ride. Our next rider, Queensland. Building up pace as he heads down the back straight now. Here he comes now, coming up to 1 lap to go. Pat goes through the first 100 now. 5th quickest at the moment. Bit of work to do on the home straight. They're moving nicely. 6th fastest. 13.778 for Patrick. Two to go as he comes through this time. This is Matthew Stratton from Western Australia. Bell sounds, Matty Stratton getting the bike up to full speed. Got the regulationary elbow plaster from racing at the junior championships as he heads down the back straight. He'll go through the first 100, moving nicely, and really pick it up in the last 50 metres here. Do the best time he possibly can. 13.743 for Matty, and goes into 6th place for now. Our next rider up onto the track now, another rider from Queensland. This is Felix Henderson. That's better. That's better. We're getting there. We're getting there nicely. Felix Henderson just going past the Meares Velodrome sign as he comes into the home straight. 2 laps to go. Riders just concentrate on the job at hand in this first lap or so. In in their vision of where they're going to start to accelerate. They'll use the back straight just to get on top of the gear a little bit easier, save the legs where they... Felix nicely, top of the banking. Can't go too early on these small gears, you run out of gear very quickly. Let's get behind Felix as he comes into the home straight this time. Local riders, perfect line down the track, you'd come to expect with the local riders. They know this track nicely. On the front of the saddle, pedaling beautifully here. Felix as he goes through the first 100, third quickest at the moment. Going to be strong up the home straight. He'll finish off third fastest for now, 13.18. Nice ride. Just see if my point made comes into effect, because on the track now, rolling down the back straight, it was his birthday yesterday. We welcome from South Australia, Jack Pentland. Two to go for Jack as he comes through. Come on, state supporters, let's get behind your riders here. There'll be prizes at the end of the day for the most noise made. South Australian Jack Pentland comes into the home straight now, building up nicely. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. Pentland underway as he goes through the 200, moving nicely down the back straight. Front of the saddle, pedaling beautifully. Through the first 100, second quickest time through there, but he's moving beautifully into the home straight. Jack Pentland will stop the clock. 12.560 goes to number 2. Nice ride. And all because he got cheered harder. A new man on the track from Tasmania, heading down the back straight, is Noah Blaisley. Noah building up pace. Comes into the home straight this time. Nice and smooth, bottom of the track, pedaling beautifully. Up to the 100, we'll get an idea of where he is. Bouts, going to be strong in the last 50 metres here for the Tasmanian. He'll come up, stop the clock. Got quicker over the last 100. Went up to third, 12.957 hour. At the moment is our international Nino Durand from New Caledonia. Then we have Jack Pentland from South Australia. 5.6, so they're the top 2 times at the moment. Arav Desai, the Victorian rider, out on track as he's top of the banking, about to come into the home straight. To say the Victorian building up nicely out of the saddle. Looks like he's on one of these new BXT frames that we see a lot of nowadays. First summer we've seen a lot of them in the bunches. Nice piece of machinery. Moving nicely as he goes through the first 100. Third quickest there. Let's see if he can be strong in the home straight. Can he move forward from 3? He'll hit the line. 12.801. Nice ride. Hangs on to the third spot for now. next rider on the track, heading down the back straight. A great day in the individual yesterday. This is the rider from South Australia, Joel Gooley. As he comes through this time. One lap to go. Joel building up. Good support. Goes through nice and smooth. Slick down the back straight here. Up on top of the gear ratio through the first 100. Very close to the time here of Nino Durand as he comes up and stops the clock. Time 12.197 for Joel. Nice riding there from Joel. He goes 12.197. Nino Durand is 12.224. And then Jack Pentland, 12.560. Nice way to start things off. A new rider out on track in the bright yellow and blue from the ACT is Zachary Thomas. Zach Thomas goes through the 200 as he heads down the back straight. Point of the saddle, goes through the first 100. Fourth quickest, looking for a strong finish into the home straight here for Zach. He comes up, stops the clock. Fourth quickest, 12.673 for Zach. The next rider out on track, heading down the back straight now from New South Wales. This is Jaden Matty. Jaden Matty, pocket rocket style, building up pace now. Out of the saddle nicely here. Very late through the 200, but really used the angle of the track nicely here. Moving nicely through the first 100, second quickest at the moment. Can he hang on to this? Can he get faster as he comes up to stop the clock? Third quickest, 12.270 for Jaden. Nice riding. Starting to get a little bit cluttered in the first three with times, 3 or 4. 12.19, 12.22, 12.27. Top 3 times so far. Our next rider up on the track from Victoria is Declan Zeng. Declan will get one to go as he comes in the home straight this time. Looking to set the fastest time he possibly can here. He's already got himself a medal in this championships as he heads down the back straight, moving nicely through the 100. A little bit of work to do as he comes into the home straight. Going to be strong though, he's not slowing down at all. Nice ride this one. 12.463 gets himself up into fourth for now. A new rider out on track, heading down the back straight in the black and gold colours of Western Australia. This is Flynn Charman. Charman comes up, 1 lap to go here for the West Aussie. Moving nicely. Perfect line down the back of the track. Really moving here, Flynn Charman, looking good through the first 100. Quickest time through 100. Can Charman go number 1 on the leaderboard as he comes up the home straight now? Yes, he can. The first one underneath 12 seconds, 11.854 for Flynn Charman. Our new rider out on track, heading down the back straight now from Victoria. This is Henry Grigg. Coming round now to get his bell lap, Henry Grigg, moving nicely. Good support from the crowd, goes through the 200 as he heads down the back straight, moving nicely on the point of the saddle, just positioning himself a little bit better. Third quickest through the first 100. Just needs to be strong and hang on to it on the home straight. Goes across third, 12.319. Our new rider out on track is the man who won the time trial just a couple of nights ago. This is Adama Ouedraogo. Adama out of the nicely here. Let's see what he can do. He was the fastest man in the 500 meters. Nicely here. Heads down the back straight. See how he is. Second quickest time of the day. A little bit of work to do to go number 1 here for a 12.104 for Ouedraogo. Nice ride, gets himself up into second for now. So we move to our next rider, our second to last rider. This is Peter Samuel. Peter Samuel has followed in the footsteps of his big brother Dan, who will no doubt be watching the AusCycling YouTube telecast. Big hello to Dan, good friend. Of course, Peter's much faster than Dan ever was, I'll say that with my hand on my heart. Dan Samuel. Sorry, Peter Samuel comes into the home straight. Moving nicely here as he goes through the 200 metres, really sharp. Peter Samuel looking good as he comes through. Fastest time through the first 100. Pete Samuel, can he finish it off here? Day just outside, but inside 12 seconds. 11.996 goes number 2 for now. And he was the quickest over the first 100, so lots to look forward to. Sprint rounds to come. We've got one more rider out on track, sprint qualifying. Now I hope that to the track, our Queensland rider, Ethan Lee. He'll be trying to be number 1 on the leaderboard if he can. He's got to get under the time of Flynn Charman, who's qualified in 11.854. Then Pete Samuel, 11. To have gone under 12 seconds so far. Let's start getting behind Ethan Lee here, ladies and gentlemen, the local Queensland lad, to build nicely as he starts to build up into the home straight. Ethan Lee from Queensland. Very quick as he goes through the 200, really moving nicely here. Ethan Lee as he comes up with the 100. Through the first 100, Ethan Lee looking to set the fastest time. Second quickest, 11.995. Flynn Charman is the fastest qualifier. So Flynn Charman, 11. Or Ethan Lee, 11.995. Peter Samuel, 11.996. Then Adama Ouedraogo, 12.104 are our top 4. There's no rest for the timekeepers, no rest for our officials as we move straight into our under 17 men's sprint qualifying. We welcome onto the track. It's the first of our New Caledonia riders in this division, and this is Gavin Herzl. Very quick. Here, Gavin is going to try. He's going to go and set the fast time here. 5.750 for the first 100. He'll come out and stop the clock now. 11.712. Very handy indeed for a first time out. A nice riding here from our New Caledonia rider. The next rider, also from New Caledonia, is Colleen Laurent. So the sprint draws for our under 15 men. Flynn Charman and Ethan Lee will get a bye on the first round, and they'll go straight into the second round. Everyone else will race, with the winners going through to round 2, and everyone else will go to a repechage. So pays dividends to qualify in the first and second spots today for the under 15 men. Flynn Charman and Ethan Lee both get a bye into the next round. Colin Laurent, the rider on track now, will start to build up his pace. They've done very impressive racing here, and riders from New Caledonia. It's great to have them here again. They're going home with at least one medal at the moment in the individual pursuit. Laurent moves down nicely. What can he do in this 200 metres as he heads down the back straight? Well and truly up on top of that gear. A little bit quicker than his teammate through the first 100. Where's he going to stop the clock? This is fast. Oh my goodness me, 11.490 for Laurent. The next rider on the track from New South Wales is Ruben Shepherd. Ruben building up pace nicely here. Had a good day out in the individual pursuits yesterday. He's a big lad. Somehow fits onto that bike. He comes through this time. Really trying to get up to pace here. Moving nicely through the 200 as he heads down the back straight here. Really getting everything out of the gear that he can. Quickest time through the first 100. Ruben Shepherd, where's he going to stop the clock? My goodness me, 11.232, ladies and gentlemen. And the under 17 rakes, that is sensational by Ruben Shepherd. Tasmanian Oscar Pither moving nicely down the back straight here. Top time of the day, 11.232, Ruben Shepherd. As Pither comes through, strong up the home straight. He's going to stop the clock, 12.346 for Oscar. Next of our Tasmanian riders up onto the track is Fletcher Mason. Fletcher building up pace nicely here. He comes into the home straight. See how Fletcher goes through the first 100, moving nicely. Third quickest at the moment, strong into the home straight. Hangs on to it, not slowing down at all. Good ride here. 11.560, nicely done for Fletcher. Cooper Farr from New South Wales is our next rider out on track as he heads down the back straight. Cooper building up pace beautifully here at the top of the track, starts to dive down now in the full use of the banking. Very quick down the back straight here, Cooper far. See how he is through the 100, fifth quickest at the moment. Just needs to be strong up the home straight here. We'll stop the clock. Fifth fastest, 11.776. Next rider up onto the track from South Australia is Kane Azapati. As the party moves down the back straight, building up speed in his saddle as he comes through this time. Perfect execution of using the banking all the way through there from Kane. Really moving nicely through the 100 here, third quickest for the first 100. He's strong in the last 50 is the secret as he hits the line. Fourth quickest, 11.646 for Kane. Next rider out on the track as he's top of the banking as he heads towards the home straight with 2 to go now is from Western Australia. This is Neam Shah. Building up pace nicely here, Neam, as he goes through now into the 200, right on top of his gear, pedalling nicely. See how he is through the first 100. He's got himself going nicely into the home straight. Neam Shah will come up and stop the clock. 11.903 for Neam. Next rider out on track was the anchor who brought them home last night in the team's sprint in the Queensland team, Bryn McDonald. Great racing yesterday. Through the 200 metres now for Bryn as he heads down the back straight. Top time is 11.232. Goes through the first 100. Moving nicely here, Bryn strong into the home straight. Doesn't slow down at all. Goes to number 2 in the end, 11.393 for Bryn. Got quicker over the last 100, is what you want to see. So McDonald up into second for now. Next to our Queenslanders, Oliver Jordan. He's going to join us in the home straight with 2 to go. Jordan building up nicely as he comes into the home straight. Getting underway through the 200. Beautifully down the back straight, really doing nicely here as he comes through the 100. Still up there and thereabouts. He's going to finish off nicely. Finishes off 5th, 11.61 for Oliver. Next to our riders, another one of our South Australian riders. This is Tyler Cuniff. Tyler building up pace as he comes into the home straight this time. Gets on top of his gear as he uses the banking to get that last little bit out, and as he heads down the back straight this time. Really slick here from Tyler as he goes through the 100. Second quickest for now, but really moving nicely into the home straight. He'll stop the clock. 11.426, third fastest at the moment. We've got a fast day of competition here from these riders, don't we? So nice riding there from Tyler, up into 3rd for now. Our next rider up onto the track from New South Wales is Hugo Barnes. Hugo moving nicely as he comes across the start-finish line. Moving down the back straight very quickly indeed. Through the 100. Moving nicely. He's there and thereabouts from what we've seen so far. Hugo will stop the clock. 11.546 for Hugo. Matty Christian down the back straight, the West Australian really moving nicely here through the first 100. Moving nicely into the home straight, Matt Christian going to hit the line. 12.149 for Matty. Sid Natira, our man, out on the track now, moving nicely. Had a magnificent day in the individual pursuit, didn't he? See what he can do here as he races around to try and set the fastest time he possibly can. Big day of racing yesterday. We'll go across the line. Ninth fastest 11.66. Still moving nicely though. Archie Martin from Victoria. Building up pace. Going to get himself moving as quickly as he possibly can. Through the 200, using the last part of the banking to get himself going. Into the home straight this time. Archie Martin going to come through and stop the clock. 11.760. Next of our Victorian riders is Casper Chuang. As he heads down the back straight now, Casper through the first 100. Is there and thereabouts with the times we've seen so far. Stops 11.680. It's a quality group of times that we're seeing here today. That's right, another one of our Victorian competitors. This is Lachlan Emmett. Emmett into the home straight. Nice and quick through the 200 here. The top time of the day is still Reuben Shepherd with 11.232. Emmett goes through the first 100. There and thereabouts are the times we've seen so far. Stops the clock. 15th, 12.041 for Lachlan. We welcome now from Victoria, Joseph Natalie. Joseph Natoli out of the saddle as he comes out of the home straight this time, moving nicely. Natoli through the 200 now as he starts the clock and heads down the back straight. Right on top of the gear as he goes through the first 100. Bit of work to do to hang on to it into the home straight. He'll stop the clock, 12.086 for Joseph. West Australian out on track now is Lachlan Morgan. Lockie moving nicely as he heads down the back straight now, right on top of the gear. Through the first 100, he's got himself up into fifth. It's a nice handy time here from Morgan as he comes up and he'll stop the clock. Fifth place, 11.516 for the West Aussie. Nice ride. Next of our riders from Queensland is Cruz Kemps as he starts to head down the back straight. Cruz building up pace nicely. Nice position on the bike as he heads down the back straight here. Cruz Kemps really moving nicely. We'll see how he goes through the first 100. He's up there, fifth fastest. Can he get stronger in the home straight? He comes down, stops the clock. Goes through 11.543. So we're getting very congested in that top 10 placings. It's going to be a great sprint contest here today for our under 17 men. Aidan Nguyen is the next rider on the track from Victoria. Aidan moving nicely as he comes through the 100. He's up there and thereabouts with what we've seen. For the majority at this stage, he'll stop the clock, 11.807. big thank you to Louise Jones, our event director of our AusCycling Track Championships. She's putting in so much hard work with her team. And I must be doing something right because she's just brought me a coffee, and that's why she's getting a shout out. So thank you, Louise. A wave to all the other officials who haven't been brought one. I got one, thanks. Massive thank you to Louise Jones and everything she does for Queensland cycling and Australian cycling. As our next rider on the track from New South Wales is Jacob McLaughlin. Jacob moving nicely. One of the very familiar Dolan bikes. Fantastic piece of machinery. We'll go through 100 metres. 5.75 up there with the majority of what we've seen here today, and he improves nicely there. Goes to 11.547. Got 2 riders to go in this under 17 qualification. We now welcome the rider on the track from Western Australia. This is Tobias Zoe. Individual national champion as an under 15, teams champion last year as an under 17 in the team sprint. Tobias Zoe comes through with 2 laps to go, building pace shortly. In a beautiful position on the bike, this young man. Takes his sprinting very seriously, but off the bike, just a relaxed kid, no trouble at all. He starts to build pace. It's a very big time to beat though. Ruben Shepherd sets the top time with 11.232. What can Tobias Zoe do as he heads down the back straight? Very smooth indeed as he goes through the first 100. Top time through 100 for Zoe as he comes into the home straight, and he finishes off second quickest in the end, 11.339. Ruben Shepherd still at the top of the leaderboard. He was so strong over the last 100. Toby Zoe shows that he's the quickest over 100 there. It's going to be a great contest as we welcome our last rider to qualify here. From Queensland, this is Oscar Winchester. Oscar Winchester concentrating on the job at hand as he's at the top of the banking. Moving nicely, Oscar out of the saddle. 11.232 is the top time to beat. Oscar's underway. Through the 100 now. Top time through the first 100 for Oscar. Can he go number 1 here as the last man off? Yes, he can. My goodness me, 11.151 for Oscar Winchester. Sat there for the last half hour watching everyone else go before him and sets the quickest time, 11.151. Put your hands together for the young Queenslander. Perfect way to start the day. Welcome our first sprint match of our under 15 men onto the line. We have Peter Samuel from New South Wales versus Sebastian Uri from Queensland. Remember our first two qualifiers, Flynn Sharman and Ethan Lee, qualified 1 and 2, and they get a bye on this first round. That's what I like to see, trying a tactic, seeing if it works. Something, don't you? There's no point just rolling around and waiting for the inevitable. Got to mix it up. Sebastian taking on Pete here and taking him on well. Pete Samuel's just coming up underneath. He'll be trying to save the legs as much as he can here, Peter, as he goes through, but he's not going to take any of his opponents lightly as they start to head down the back straight this time. Gets underway, Sebastian Uri trying to get into the slipstream here. Peter Samuel will come through. He will go through to the next round, and we will see Seb in the repechages. The next two riders lead away. From Victoria, we have Adama Wodrago. From New South Wales, we have Oliver Norris. Adama already with the gold medal this week in the individual time trial. Come through with 1 lap to go. No pace on between the two. Oliver just keeping an eye on Wodrago as he goes into the back straight now. Good acceleration here from Oliver, but Adama gets up round the outside. And Adama is going to go through to, and we'll see Oliver through the repechages. Now, welcome from South Australia, Joel Gooley, and from Queensland, Patrick Richardson. Good riding here from the two. Richardson just trying to hold up Gooley here. Doing the right thing. He's the faster qualifier, so he wants to try and put himself in a position where Gooley can't use all of his speed. Doing a good job of it at the moment, but Gooley not wanting to go too early here. They'll come into the home move. Good riding here from the Queenslander, but Australian goes. Richardson gets right away to the metre line. They'll head down the back straight, side by side. It's good tactics, but Gooley just a little bit too strong in this one. But good to see that the second seeded riders are taking on the top seed in their rides here today. To the next round, we'll see Patrick in the repechage. The next heat comes up onto the track. New Caledonia, we have Nino Durand. And from Western Australia, we have Matt Stratton. Durand leaves at the bottom. Keeping an eye on where Stratton is at the moment. Stratton quite happy just to follow, not mixing it up just yet. Just to try something different with Nino. The back straight. Durand having a look over the back to see where Matty Stratton is as they go through. And a half to go, they'll start to head towards the home straight. Good move. Didn't look like anything was going to happen for a second, but Stratton took the right away. Nino Durand, he'll pull his socks up on the next one. He had the speed and the strength, but the tactic of Stratton's worked out that little bit better. But Durand too strong and too fast in the end. But all of a sudden, the heat came alive. New Caledonian rider goes through to the next round. We'll see Matty Stratton in the repechages. The next heat comes up onto the track now. And Taylor from New South Wales. We have Jaden Matty. Jaden leads through, keeping a very good eye on Hudson here. New South Wales and ACT, these two guys will know each other very well indeed. So Jaden showing a great deal of respect here, making sure he's got the pace a little bit higher than we've seen so far, but keeping a very good eye on the movements of the rider from the ACT as they come into the home straight this time. And this is why I can himself up round the outside in the start. But Jaden knows he's got the inside run. So down the back straight they go. Hudson racing with him. But on the restricted gears, the inside run can have a huge difference and effect. And Jaden will come into the home straight and take that first ride of the day for him. Our next heat that comes up on to the line now from Victoria. Adrian leads through as they come into the home straight this time. Just keeping a good eye on where Henry moves down the back straight. Adrian, but Adrian taking him on nicely here tactically. Into the home straight. Moving nicely. Henry Grigg gets himself to the front. And Adrian trying to get himself up into the slipstream. And a fight all the way to the line here. Adrian coming through. Good to see the effort being made. Better for the journey. Henry Grigg will go through to the next round. Adrian will see in the repechage. Welcome from Victoria, Declan Zhang and Nate Robert Thompson. Nate leads through in front of Declan as they head underneath the scoreboard. Yeah. Declan, the quicker of the two stations. Not a lot between, and now he moves. The Victorian underway as he heads down with 1 lap to go. On a swivel, wants to know where the South Australian is. He didn't quite get in the slipstream So Declan's going to come through, moving nicely in this first ride. He will go through to the next round. We'll see Nate in the repechage heats. We now have from South Australia, Jack Pentland against Felix Henderson. Group up onto the track. Coming to the home straight this time. Pentland, the faster of the qualifiers, but between these next lot of heats after qualifying. Pentland moving nicely, but Henderson equal to the task, following, keeping himself in the slipstream. Pentland gets underway, has a look over the shoulder. Still not 100% committed as they go through the 200 here and head down the back. And Henderson got himself nicely up into the slipstream here. Through the line here, can't take any risks. Henderson goes to him in the home straight, but Pentland too strong from the front that time. Zach Thomas and his opponent from Western Australia, it's Casey Bunton. Thomas leads through, 2 to go, just backing off the pace a little bit here. Both riders on the same bike there, the little Planet X frames, nice bikes. Zach Thomas just gives himself a little bit more space this time. Casey Bunton still high up the track, plenty of places to move. Looking to build some pace as they come through the bend this time. Bunton does the right thing, takes full advantage of an open track there. He's going to make Thomas work for it here as they'll go through the 200. Thomas with some closing speed as they head down the back straight. Thomas a little bit too strong in this one, up round the outside. He'll go through to the next round. We'll see Casey continue on through the repechages. 12th, 10th heat, 12th heat. 2 riders have had a bye. And we welcome Arav Desai from Victoria and Noah Blaisley from Tasmania. Come up with 2 laps to go. Victorian just holding things up a little bit here. Seeing if he can force Blaisley to the front. He's putting a bit of pressure on his opponent. It's good to see. Lap and a half to go as they head down the back straight now. Still holding very high, lots of room to move for the Tasmanian, and he does so. To say it was the faster qualifier, but nothing between the two. Now the Tasmanian gets himself moving as he heads down the back straight. The Victorian get into the slipstream, looking to get straight round if he can. He'll go to the hip on the bend. He's fighting inch by inch through the bend here. Can he get up round the outside? The Tasmanian's going to hold on. Good riding there from Noah. So that's one of the first meetings that we've had here today, but we'll see Noah ride the repechage and come back that way. Straight on to our under 17. First round now. No buyers for our fastest qualifiers in this one. We've got Oscar Winchester, who rode 11.15 in the qualifying. He's going to go up against the Tasmanian Oscar Pither. Moving down the back straight. Quickest qualifier by, there's quite a bit of difference in time between these two, but Winchester showing good respect to his opponent here, one-on-one situation. Maybe the fastest, you may be the strongest, but you've still got to get it right when you go up against your opponent in these situations. You can't take anyone lightly. And Winchester just backing into Pither here, and Pither equal to the task of staying in second position, not interested in moving forward just yet as they head down the back straight. Tries something. The Tasmanian gets underneath. Pither leading from Winchester as they head with 1 to go. He had to try something. Top seed coming up round the outside. Very quick acceleration down the back straight and through the bend this time. Going to be well within himself. Good ride to both. Good ride to Oscar Pither. He had to try something and he did so. We're going to see him in the repechages. next heat comes up onto the track now. From Western Australia, we have Matthew. Sorry, I'll start that again. Matt Christian from Western Australia and Reuben Shepherd from New South Wales. Beautiful bike, Matt Christian's on there, the Dolan frame, the famous 86 wheels, that very popular in WA. A number of riders are turning up with those. Good looking piece of machinery with the chrome stickers. He's up against Reuben Shepherd from New South Wales, who's ridden 11.2 seconds here this morning. I can guarantee you, any old school track cyclist in the grandstand, if you gave them the choice, you can go and try and set your fastest time, or you can accept 11.2 as your fastest time. Most of us would have turned around and said, thanks, I'll take the 11.2. And this gentleman is only in the under 17 ranks. Very quick time indeed for Reuben. Matty Christian leads out. Shepherd up round the outside. Shepherd finding out that Matt Christian's very, very quick off the mark, very good in a standing lap. He wasn't expecting that sort of challenge there. Shepherd comes into the home straight, and he will take this one out. Has a look under the shoulder just to be certain. A good ride from Christian. We'll see him try and come back through the repechage. His 200-metre qualifying time was a bit beneath what he normally is capable of, so he could be a handful for a few riders as this day progresses. We welcome from Victoria, Joseph Natoli, and from Western Australia, welcome Toby Zoe. And Joseph barely stays on the track, off the line there. Keeps it shining. Most people do tend to ride their bike straight at Ross Dye, the WA coach, but not in a racing situation. But he holds it up nicely. They head down the back straight, these two. Toby Zoe took it at barely walking halfway, and Joe Natoli says, all right, let's race. Let's get on with it. Joseph Natoli. 15 ranks, and now he's up into the under 17s. He's going to try some different things in this first year of competition. They head down the back straight. He's putting Toby Zoe under some pressure here in the early rounds. And Zoe's got his side on the back wheel of Natoli now as they head through to the 200. Good riding from Natoli. He took him on, tried on the higher seeds, making them use their legs early on, something they don't necessarily want to do, but Toby will go through comfortably. Good racing. heat from Queensland, Bryn McDonald. From Victoria, Emmett. For the first half lap, they must lead for the first half lap, the lead rider at a walking pace, unless of course the rider behind them decides that they want to lead from the start. Keeping the pace high now. Bryn McDonald in the team sprint. Really moved nicely. It's going to be a great contest as this day goes on in this sprint competition. Big day of racing, still a points race to come for all of these riders as well. Emmett not going to die wondering against the faster seed here, moving nicely as they head towards the 200 and go down the back straight. McDonald though, perfectly through the slipstream, through the 100 and up round the outside. He's going to come round this time. It's a good sprint. But Bryn McDonald, he will go through to the next round. Next of our heats come and the rider from South Australia is Tyler Cuniff. West Australian holding things up, just very slowly leading down the back straight. Head through to the banking this time. Good nerve being shown here. Tyler Cuniff not worried about the slow pace on the banking at all. We'll come to the home straight this time, just rolls down the banking. Not worried about the legs at all, just starts to put pressure on the West Australian now as he comes up alongside him. Shah just looking at Cuniff, backing into him ever so slightly. Cuniff equal to the task here, not worried by the tactic whatsoever. Got plenty of room around the outside. West Australian needs to cover the track a little bit better because Cuniff's going to be able to dive down and overlap nicely. Cuniff, very efficient pedal stroke as he goes down the back straight. Very toey in the pedal stroke, which is a usual sign of being a very good peddler, and there's a look over the shoulder, comfortable up the home straight for Tyler. Our next heat comes up onto the line now in our men's under 17 sprint, round number 1. We welcome the Victorian rider, Aidan Noyen, and his opponent from New Caledonia will be Colleen Laurent. in front of Nguyen. Laurent, the faster of the two in qualifying. No pace on the banking. These two. Takes some skill level, takes even more nerves. Nice piece of riding, these two. Junior competition is better and better every year. We come back up to Meares Velodrome. Fast times, sometimes they change, sometimes they don't. What is changing is the depth of field. We've got so many more riders, so many more things. It's a lot closer in the times at the top end. Great piece of riding here from the New Caledonia rider. He is not messing about as he goes to the back straight this time. Full on effort. The Victorian closing to him, but he's not going to. It's a good sprint. Great sprint in the end. Great closing speed by Aiden. But Laurent used his assets between the two of them. He knew he was faster, and he used every part of that speed to make sure he goes through into the next round. We'll see Aiden come and challenge in the repechages. This time we've got from Western Australia, this is Lockie Morgan, who was our 7th fastest. And his opponent from New South Wales is Lockie Morgan, another one of the West Aussie boys on the frame. They must give them out with the team. Go through underneath the scoreboard. Big hello to everybody at the AusCycling YouTube channel today. We do appreciate all the comments. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. You'll certainly be enjoying the vision brought to you by all of our cameras here at the Meares Velodrome. Fantastic thank you to all the mums and dads and supporters of the kids racing. Without them, you would not be seeing it. And you wouldn't be hearing me, but some of you might turn the sound down anyway. Cooper Farr leads down the back straight. Morgan did a great qualifying ride, got himself up into 7th in the qualifying time. Both boys well committed, underway here. Cooper Farr is in the slipstream as they head down the back straight. Morgan's got to go full gas through the bend. Cooper Farr is trying to come to him on the hip. They come into the home straight. Farr, can he get there? Morgan will hang on. Great sprinting here for these riders. It is very, very tightly contested in the qualifying rides right through the top 8 to sort of 15 riders in this competition. That's why we're seeing some good racing. Of Queensland and Archie Martin of Victoria. Our next two riders up on to the track. Away, drops to the bottom of the track. Archie Martin following on behind. Archie Martin just has Cruz Kemp's just pinned up on the track. Still got to give handlebar width a little bit more than Kemp's push. Bothered at all. Martin going with him here, trying to hold him up the track. This is what you got to do. The qualifier, they are flat out sprinting above the blue stayers line here. As Kemp's trying to get up round the outside. Martin still has right. Racing here by the Victorian. Kemp's on the outside. He's committed now. He's got to try and get round. Martin from the front is going to hold him off on the inside run. They come up the home straight. Very clever sprinting there. That worked well for the Victorian. Next heat, Hugo Barnes from New South Wales, Gavin Herzl from New Caledonia up on the track. So there's a few differences in equipment. Beautiful carbon fibre bike there of Gavin's, but just the aluminium rims. That's where you see Hugo Barnes. The deep section carbon wheels, they certainly are a much livelier feel on the track. Lighter weight wheel, certainly a quicker wheel to ride if you had the choice. Barnes leads at the bottom of the track, heads down the back straight. Lap and a half to go for these two. Herzl making sure he stays in the slipstream here as they head to the back straight. Barnes out of the saddle. Herzl moving nicely as he comes up to the hip here. Good contest between these two. Barnes trying to hang on. Herzl not going away though, but Barnes on the inside on these restricted gears. The inside running so important once you get underway. Good contest between the two. The next heat up onto the line we have from Victoria, Casper Chuang, and from New South Wales we have Jacob McLaughlin. Must go at walking pace for the first half a lap, the lead rider, as Casper leads away. Casper doing well, pushing the ruling to its absolute limit. Nice piece of riding there. It's all pressure in sprint racing. Casper doing a good job here against Jacob as they come into the home straight. No pace on whatsoever. A lot of sprint rounds for these riders today. And if you can get the front spot and lead early on and just roll slowly, it does make a difference to the legs by the end of the day, the amount of times you have to come out. Good riding here from Casper. He's keeping McLaughlin up the track now, starts to come down very early this time. So they're in the middle. It's underway. Casper leads the way. Jacob just swings out a little bit, trying to, right outside the red line there. They'll come through the last 100 here. Jacob McLaughlin glued to the back wheel, trying to get up round the outside. Casper goes across first place. Two Tasmanian riders up onto the track now. Welcome rider 81, Fletcher Mason. Rider 82 is Sid Natera. Mason leads Natera down the back straight, no pace on between the two, and hardly any difference between the two in their qualifying ride as well. A great day yesterday on the pursuit bike, did Sid. They'll come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Starting to build up pace, still riding nicely in the middle of the track there, Mason. Keeping control of what Sid's going to do from here. But you must keep your pace up if you're leading out, because it can catch you out a little bit flat-footed. Moving nicely here, Natera. Oh, he thought about it and backed out. It was a perfect opportunity. They head down the back straight now. Natera trying to get up round the hip. Mason has a look over the shoulder. Natera trying to go to him now at the home straight. Didn't leave himself enough time, I think, but Mason crosses nicely. Our final heat in round 1 of our under-17 sprints. And we welcome to the track from South Australia. This is Kane Azzopardi, and his opponent is Oliver Jordan from Queensland. Fair bit of action between these as they go through with 2 laps to go. Jordan leads the way in front of Azapati. Jordan slightly quicker in the qualifying, but not even a click of the finger. Up pace, doesn't want to get out jumped here. Azapati sees the opportunity though. Good riding from the South Australian. Uses it to his best advantage. They head down the back straight. Azapati strong from the front. Fair bit of work for Jordan to do here, but he is closing. They're coming to the home straight. Azapati leads. Jordan coming at him and coming up round the outside. Azapati had a look over the shoulder and saw Jordan was fast approaching. So the Queenslander holds his seed. He'll go through to the next round, and we'll see Kane try and come back through the repechages. Change of pace now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to our individual pursuit qualifying for our under 15 women. And we welcome in the back straight from Tasmania, this is Rory Stratton, and from South Australia in the home straight is Ohio. Away in heat number 1 of our individual pursuit qualifying for our under 15 women. Full day of sprinting, full day of individual pursuits today. We've also got team sprints for the under 17 women, and we've got points races to finish off today. Big day of racing with exactly the same events as we had yesterday. Our penultimate day of our championships here in Queensland. So that riders will start to get a little bit tired today, there's no two ways about it. So Quite the mixture of results as we go through, with these two riders moving nicely. Not a lot between them though as they come through. Tasmanian Roy Stretton just goes to the lead here, and she'll head back to her start-finish area through the first 1,000 metres. O'Hara Radigan been asked for a little bit more, 126, 128 as they go through. Rory Stretton still leading the way here between the two. He'll come through to get about 2.5 laps to go now. Stretton. Laps to go. She's got this heat handled. Leading the way over the top of O'Hara Radigan. This is the first of our qualifying heats in our under 15 individual pursuits. Radigan goes down the back straight. She's got half a lap to go as Rory has lifted nicely over this last lap. She'll go across the line in 2:54.29. And so O'Hara comes into the home straight this time. And she finishes off 3 minutes, 9:24. Welcome our next line now in the back straight. We welcome from Queensland and home straight from South Australia. We welcome Lucy Harrison. Quickest time so far, Rory Stretton of 2:90. That was the first heat on the track. Queenslander. Nice quick start here, setting the fastest time so far. Unfortunate there for Lucy Harrison. Looks like she's pulled her foot. Very difficult to get your foot back in when you're on a fixed wheel bike as she heads down the back straight. Going to get reeled in by Hannah DiGiorgio here as Lucy tries to very unfortunate situation. Gets it in now. It'll break her heart, but she'll get going again as she heads down the back straight. Hannah Di Giorgio. Let's give a round of applause for Lucy. That was an unfortunate incident for her. Fight on over this last few laps. Hannah goes through now to her start finish point. We have 500 metres left to go. There though. Let's see Lucy moving quite nicely now. She's got herself sorted out. Lap and a half to go here for Hannah. Getting very, very to go for the Queenslander as she goes through. One lap to go now for Lucy. Hannah heads towards the back straight. Good effort. She's really dug in. She's going to go top time for now. 2:53.09. Lucy Harrison going to come down to the home straight. Finish off her ride. It was unfortunate. She pulled her foot. Goes across the line now. 3:07.853. Definitely take the 7 seconds or so off that time. She was really in trouble. Foot. Anyway, we move on. That's the first 4 riders down. The next heat, setting themselves up in Queensland, Winter Bradshaw, and in the home straight from South Australia. We welcome Mackenzie Stevens. $53.09, that's done by Hannah Di Giorgio from nice start from both riders here, 3 and 4 on the boards so far. Good pace being set. South Australian Stevens goes up to number 2. Just Stevens, nice and smooth down the back straight. Before we get back to the end of the first 4 laps, how they're travelling here compared to everybody else. Stevens comes through this time. gets herself fourth to third. So Mackenzie Stevens, the South Australian, setting the top time as she goes round at the moment. Bradshaw moving up nicely, up into third now. Stevens still hanging down the number one spot. Come through 2:08. Look at the lift. Winter Bradshaw, the Queensland rider. She has come up into second place now. Really finished. Bradshaw. They'll come up to get one lap to go each. It's through. Bradshaw trying to go with her. She's got herself up into second. Stevens leading time at the moment as she heads down the back straight. Big finish here from Stevens and Bradshaw. Going to come into the home straight. And she'll stop with the top time, 2:51.13, 2:52.73. Track will be heat number 4 of 9 in the back straight. We're welcome from Queensland. Nice quick little start here from moving very nicely over this part of the journey in this heat. Now she heads out of the back straight. The home straight starter comes into the home straight now. Moving nicely, nice and Dixon, third quickest out on track at the moment. The Queenslander coming into the home straight, giving a real 4.5 laps to go through, dropping down to about 6th quickest at the moment. She had right up there in the top 3. So we'll see how these riders go over the second. Dixon gets herself back up to 5th. Tanksel comes up against who they're racing against as well. That little bit nicer. Up against who they're racing against as well. That little bit nicer. Dixon will go to the back straight and see 3 laps to go this time. Have a look at the score. See how she's travelling. Have a look at the score, see how she's travelling. Travelling in about the 5th fastest time at the moment. Taintsville comes through, still sitting around 7th as Dixon comes into the home straight. Very Dixon. Right. Nicely, good support here in the home straight. Half and a half to go for Adele. Still up in 5th. Nicely. That to go for her. Gets herself up into 4th now. Taintsville gets herself up into 6th. So both riders finish. See where she can stop the clock because they're quite congested at the top of the. Stop the clock because they're quite congested at the top of the. Will come through now. She'll go across the line in the end in 5th, 2:55.20. 0.312. Move on to our next heat now. We welcome the back straight from Queensland. This is Georgia Dowling, and in the home straight from Victoria. Last start here for the Victorian Aisha Crofts as she'll come through. In this first couple of laps here, she's out to a fast start. Time we've got so far, Mackenzie Stevens of South Australia holds that one down. She's still the quickest to this point. Georgia Dowling, she started in 7th, she's gone 6th, now she's gone 5. So Georgia Dowling, the Queensland rider, riding. race right here by the Queensland rider. Excellent ride by Aisha Crofts. 2 laps to go. She's still the quickest time. Georgia Dowling's got herself up on the track, so she has lifted all the way through to be able to get to the Victorian, but a great ride here from both. Come in with 1 lap to go, being begged for a little bit more from the coach. Dowling still got herself up into second place. Great race here between the two. Crofts comes through the back straight. Dowling in the home straight. They're going to finish off now as Asher Crofts comes up. Through 245.086 for Aisha, 249.335 for Georgia. Yes. Heat number 6 onto the track now. We welcome in the back straight from New South Wales is Grace Alcock. Matilda Camps down the back straight, quickest first 500 from Victoria, has gone 245.08 for the quickest time out of everybody else. Going very nicely. Took home a couple of bronze, so versatile, no trouble whatsoever for Matilda. Matilda Camp still leading the way. Scoreboard, fastest time. Nicely as well, got himself up into third now, fighting back against the Queensland. Grace Olcott really finishing hard here. She's got herself up into third. Best times just falling off from first at the moment. Got a sprint home. The sprint that was up. They go together, 2 and 3 in the end, 2:46, 2:47. Great ride between the two. Hilda Kemps goes number 2. Grace Alcott goes number 3. Asha Crofts number 1. Welcome our next heat up onto the track and in the we welcome Zola Peterson. Riders coming around to finish off their first 500 metres in this one. Zola moving nicely. Got herself up into third place. Bo sitting around ninth, but we've seen riders start right into their schedule. As you see now, Bo's gone from ninth to sixth in the space of a lap, so riding onto her schedule. 1,000 metre journey. Zola goes up to 2, Bo stays at 6. Both riders look well within themselves. Good tempo being set. We've got half a lap. Zola number 2 for now as she comes into the home straight, the New South Wales rider. 24 and 124. Bo Morfitt moving herself up to nothing between these two out the track. Two and 3 now. Zola still leads in front of Bo as they got 2.5 laps to go. Bo coming back now. Nothing between the two of them. Zola comes up, going to receive 500 metres to go. Identical time virtually as they go through. Second now between these two riders. Big finish. Looking for a big finish here. Bo Morfitt now goes up into second spot. Zola pace ever so slightly. Big finish here from Bo. 2 and 4 on the track. It's about 0.7 between them time-wise. Port in the home straight here. Big finish here from Bo. Trying to hang on to that top 2, top 3 position here. This early stage. He's going to go across the line. Second for Bo. Zola goes across in 5th. So Bo Gives herself a fighting chance to make the medal write-offs here today. So Aisha Crofts, 2:45.08. Bo Morfitt, 2:46.4 top. 2:47.28. Very congested at the top of the leaderboard. We move on to our second to last heat now. And welcome in the back straight from and in the home straight from the ACT we have Anika Astridge. From Anika Astridge. Very nicely. Quickest time so far. She's had a good week of racing here. Hands down the back straight. Delilah moving nicely. We'll see Anika come through. The first 1,000. Still number one on the leaderboard. 45 is the quickest, so Anika's very much moving nicely through this ride, trying to get herself up into the top two positions for the gold and silver medal. .500 metres to go for Anika. She's on a time at some 40 seconds here, moving very nicely indeed. To try and get every last little bit out of herself. Herself into the top two positions. Delilah Martins going through 9. 1 lap to go now for Anika. Quickest time to now. Probably looking around way she's travelling. 43.44. She's going to have to sprint home in this last little bit. Just falling off the slightly. Goes across in the end. 2.46 away the last lap. Just getting a little bit much. And Delilah goes through 2.51. Does guarantee is Asher Crofts and Bo Morfitt are going to be riding for medals today. One more round to see what colour it's going to be that they're going to be racing for. Kemps in fourth. To give you an idea of how close it is at the top. Then the next three, Bo Morfitt, 2:46.42. Kemp's 2:46.59. Nothing between them. We move on to our final heat. We welcome in the back straight, representing Victoria, Julie. Representing New South Wales, we have Freya Ingwersen. Freya Ingwersen, second quickest at the moment. Bit of work for Juliet McDonald to do. This time, McDonald starting to move nicely. Looking to get in the top, somewhere in the top 4 is what they want so they can race for a medal. Juliet McDonald, she's now to 4th. Ingwersen is to number 2. They go through. First 1,000 metres down. 1:23. Good close contest in women's racing. Still 2 and 4 at the moment. With 3 to go. Julia McDonald goes to number 1. Ahead. 1 and 3 still. Freya Ingwersen has had a great couple of days racing already, and it goes through with 1 lap to go. 2 laps to go rather. Down the back straight, lap and a half to go for her. Julie McDonald has ridden beautifully into this pursuit. She's up to number 2, wanting a little bit more. Nothing between them. Julie McDonald goes to the front now. 1 and 2 on the track. This could be the final later today. Leads through the top time. Freya Ingwersen hanging on. They'll come round to their finishing points now. This just the qualifying ride. McDonald 2:42. Ingwersen goes 2:44. They're the top 2 times, so we'll see those 2 riders in the gold medal race ride this afternoon. Great racing. We're on to the under 15 sprint repecharges. The winner will go to round 2. The rest will sprint for a place. So Adrian Zhang of New South Wales, Seb, on in this competition. Best place to be, I would say, in these repecharges is leading with a bit of pace on, so you don't get dive bombed from the top of the track. They'll go through. Lap and a half to go. Zhang leads from Sebastian Uri, and then you're going to have to go Zhang with the position on the track. He'll go through the 200. Uri up into second. A lot of work here for the South Australian to do from third wheel. He's got to get round the human spacer in second wheel, but Zhang from the front is too strong. He's going to find himself in the second round. Nice ride there from Adrian. Went from the front, did the right thing, took full advantage. He finds himself into round number 2 of the sprints here today. Now welcome Hudson Taylor from the ACT, Felix Henderson from Queensland, and Wales. Once again, the winner goes through to round 2. The rest come back and sprint. Oliver leads out through the home straight with 2 laps to go. Just keeping opponents as they head down the back straight. Going to keep the pace on in these 3 ups though. The rider's gaining height, take full advantage of the downhill run off the banking. It's going to be a for these riders as Taylor has the height advantage as he comes through. 100, he gaps the rest, heads down the back straight. BT looking to take himself into round 2. He's going to do that as he comes into the home straight. The others will go for a ride off for their place. You've travelled over together, you trained together, you have to live together for a week, and now you have to forget the friendship just for a little while and race against each other, because it's important to get through to the next round. Stratton pulls it up on the fence. Good bike handling from both. Stratton just stopping it. Neither rider rocking back. Good piece of tactical riding. Good skill shown. No pace on as they come into the home straight this time. Thinking about coming up to the top of the track, trying to hold things up a little bit again. Got the bandage on the arm. Casey Bunton puts himself in nice position here and hold that second wheel. Stratton things here on the start line. Ask though. Stratton forced to roll away. Did that very well. Had to force Casey Bunton to really and not roll past. They'll go into the back straight. Good tactical racing. Giving himself a little bit of space now. Quite happy to take the lead at 1.5 to go. He gets to the front and starts to out the saddle, starting to still the whole of the track to use as they come through the bend. Bunton at the top, Stratton down below, and Casey used that downhill run advantage. Huge advantage there for Casey. He used it well. Stratton, the white flag has gone out down the back straight. Casey Bunton is going to find himself in the and sprint for his place. Stratton, he will sprint for his place in the ride-off. So we'll see Casey Bunton in round number 2. Our repechages now, and we welcome up onto the track from Victoria. So leads the way. A lot more pace on in this heat to the previous one, moving nicely. Faster of the two in qualifying as they head down the back straight. To say, keeping an eye on him. Got to cover the track, trying to make sure he doesn't get. They come to the home straight. Good riding here from the Victorian. Covers the track. But Richardson in the slipstream. Can he come out of the slipstream throw? They head down the back straight. Out of the saddle, good sprinting here. The Victorian leads out and leads out very strongly indeed. We're coming to the home straight. Richardson still got something to offer, but from the front, to say we'll go through to round number 2. Sprint now. Welcome up onto the track. From Tasmania, Oscar Pither. From Queensland, Cruz Kemps. And from New Caledonia, same as before, the winner will go through to round number 2. Right off in their right off positions. Hurtzell leads the way as they come through the bend at this time. Always Velodrome, just a little bit more pay attention to. As they come through with 2 laps to position nicely here. It's up into the second wheel. That means he can just, he's got to keep an eye on 2, but he's in a better race. Better position to move. Now the other 2 have to start fighting him. chase and who's going to have track position. There's a nice move here by Cruz. New Caledonia rider has got a lot of pace down the back straight though. Looking for a second kick from Cruz on the strong ride from the front here from Cruz. No round. Welcome, Heat. Matt Christian from Western Australia. Jacob McLaughlin from New South Wales. Jacob McLaughlin leads away. Matt Christian up round the outside. Team qualified up into third in the team sprint, ended up in fourth. And they're doing so well now. Can Matt Christian get himself into the write-offs as they head down the back straight? McLaughlin strong. Christian up round the outside. A bit of track position needed here as they come up with 1 lap to go. Needs to think about the slip. They go down the back straight. The New South Wales rider leads Matt Christian. They're coming to the home straight this time. New South Wales going to hang on. That was an Jacob McLaughlin goes across in first place through to the next round. Good bike handling from, and it did not fall off, which was what we wanted to see. Repechage number 3, Sid Natera of Tasmania, Joseph Natola. Start line. Front this time. Two laps to go. Just going to keep an eye on everyone. Great day in the individual pursuit yesterday. You'd think he'd be quite happy to make this a long sprint. The front though, covering the track, having a look. A little bit sometimes in these sprints. Keep looking at your opponent that little bit too long. Forget to jump when you need to. Natura's got a very big lead though, and the other two got caught in the trance because they head The two Victorians chasing here. Big pace though. Have a look at the pace from the Victorian as he goes up round the coming to the home straight. Great piece of sprinting there. Joseph Natoli goes across. Thought they round number 2. The 17 sprint. Lachlan Ermit from Victoria, Kane Azapati from South WA. Move on to our first heat of our under-17 individual pursuit qualifying. We'll welcome into the home straight from the ACT. This is Maya Torres-Schmidt. Maya Torres-Schmidt moving nicely as she heads down the back straight. Toughest job on the track, individual pursuiting. Even tougher when you're the first heat to go and you haven't seen anyone else's time yet. Started rapidly. Coach just asking her to just rein it in just a little bit. Wants her to ride into the schedule towards the end. Make sure she's strong over the last few laps. You can run the risk of starting too quickly in an individual pursuit and then never getting the best time you can out of yourself because all you're doing is suffering all the way through. Coach happy now with the pace. Moving nicely is Maya. 10 heats in all of our under-17 individual pursuit qualifying for our women. At the completion of the last heat, there will be a 15-minute break in the program for everyone to be able to just get refreshed. But after that, we have a very big second session of sprinting and team sprinting and so forth. We'll have the 45-minute break mid-afternoon so everyone can get some lunch in them and try and recover from the racing for the kids. And then we've got another big third session of the day as well. individual pursuits, sprints, team sprints and points races to take place today. Just like yesterday's program, just reversing the divisions. Two to go here for Meares. Sitting nicely, sitting around the mid-45s. The pace at the moment. She heads down the back straight. She'll come into the home straight this time and receive 1 lap to go. See if she can get herself inside 250 here. It'll be a good ride. Moving nicely, still pedalling nicely down the back straight, not moving the upper body at all, not rocking the head. And lifting as she comes towards the finish. See if Meares can get inside the 250 here as she comes down and stops the clock. 249.955. Nice ride there from Meares. Move on now to heat number 2. We welcome in the back straight from Victoria, Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez, and in the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Sophia Moffat. Away now, heat number 2. Fastest time 2:49.955. Our first qualifying ride that's been set. Tara Schmidt, the Victorian, moving nicely, and then Sophia Moffat rode very well on the sprint championship yesterday. Both riders up to speed, moving nicely. Sophia Moffat into her stride nicely, showing quickest time on the board for now. Both riders have been looking to set a personal best time here on the big occasion of a national championship. Moffat comes into the home straight this time to finish off first 1,000 metres, 1:23 for her, 1:24 for Gabriela. Just been asked for a little bit more by both coaches. Both riders just been asked to just to lift it if they can. They're going to get 2.5 laps to go each here. Moffat still leads the way in this heat as she heads towards the back straight. Good riding here from Ro Rodriguez though. It seems to be lifting towards the end of this ride. Moffat will come into the home straight. Going to be asked for everything out in this last lap. The Victorian coming back at her in this heat now. Moffat looking for a big sprint home over this last lap. The Victorian, Roja Rodriguez, making up good pace. She goes to top spot between these two with just half a lap to go. Moffat finishing off nicely. The Victorian coming back at her. Moffat trying to get there as well. Rodriguez will go 2:48.57. Moffat will go 2:48.99. 1 and 2 at the moment. Sorry, 2 and 3 at the moment. It's Gabriella Roja Rodriguez. Yeah, 1 and 2. Rodriguez number 1, Moffat number 2, and then we had Maya Torres-Schmidt in number 3. We welcome in the back straight Elise Vaughan. In the home straight we welcome Allegra Bertov.
Scoreboard, Neil.
Correction there, sorry ladies and gentlemen, this is Ellis Smith, WA, and Isabella Blackwell, South Australia. Blackwell tracking the fastest rider out on course at the moment in this competition. The South Australian will come into the home straight, moving nicely. Ellis Smith trying the individual pursuit this year in the under-17s. She was the dual sprint and time trial champion in the under-15s. She'll be competing in the under-17 team sprint today as well. So big day of competition for these riders as they go through. 1 lap to go now for Blackwell as she comes through. She's moving nicely. Ella Smith in the back straight. It's going to get reeled in by the South Australian. Blackwell comes into the home straight this time. She's going to finish off. Nice time, 2:41.403. Ella Smith will continue to the back straight, looking to finish off her ride as she goes down the back straight. She will cross 2:53.195. So Isabella Blackwell goes to the lead with 2:41. She goes to the lead by a considerable margin, by 7 seconds over the rest just for now. Once again, we'll welcome Elise Vaughan of Queensland in the back straight, and New South Wales in the home straight is Allegra Beretov. Good pace between these two. Third and fourth tracking on the leaderboard. Beretov 3, Vaughan 4. As they head back to their start finish points with 5 laps to go. Beretov just with the lead. She goes moving nicely up into the top 3 at the moment. Remembering though, Isabella Blackwell sits number 1, 7 seconds clear of the second fastest time at the moment. Beretov now moves herself up into the 2 spot as she comes through the first 1,000 metres, 1:22. At least Vaughan moving nicely, goes 1:23. So both riders at a good pace, going to try and ride themselves into their schedule here and lift over the last 3 laps here. Still tracking second and third at the moment as they head back to their start finish points. Beretov just in front, 0.2 of a second in front of the Queenslander. Lap and a half to go now. Beretov getting the better of this heat. She'll come through this time to receive 1 lap to go. Elise Vaughan trying to finish off with everything she's got here. Blackwell goes through, looking around about the 43, low 44 mark here for Beretov as she comes into the home straight this time. She'll come up and she'll stop the clock. 2:43.714 to 2:44.371 to Elise Vaughan. Move on to our next heat. We welcome in the back straight from the ACT. This is Evelyn Power. And the home straight from South Australia, we welcome Monica Siebert. Quick start here from Monica Siebert, really moving nicely as she comes up to the end of the first 500 metres. Well up on her schedule by the looks of the thing as well, goes through 41 seconds dead there. Evelyn Power moving nicely, she's in 6th place at the moment, but riding a more controlled start. But Monica Siebert is absolutely flying through this first 1,000 metres. She'll come through schedule from what the coach is saying. Evelyn Power sits in 3rd now, moving up from 6 to 3. Siebert, pace changed. Now Evelyn Power going into number 2. We'll see how Monica is at the end of her first kilometre. 1:19 through 1:21. So time to dig in over this 5th and 6th. Pace as long as you possibly can, and then try and lift all the way home over the last 500 metres. That's what they'll be trying to do here. Siebert still leads on the clock. Goes to number 2. 1 and 2 out on track at the moment. Remember, Isabella Blackwell in 2:41. Then Beretov and Elise Vaughan. It comes through with 500 metres to go. We had a look at the scoreboard. She's still not looking to try and get herself inside 2 minutes and 40 here. Siebert, and she's on target for that. She'll come into the home straight this time, receive 1 lap to go. Trying to set the fastest time she possibly can. Inside the 40 zone here, Monica Siebert, Evelyn Power going with her. The top 2 times out on track at the moment. Right. Going to stop the clock. 2:38.665. Evelyn Power gets under the 2:40 as well and goes 2 up here in our under 17 women's qualifying. We welcome in the back straight now from Tasmania, Ellie Wall. This is heat number 6. 500 for Ellie Waldock goes number 2 at the moment. Nicola Morris tracking it around number 7. Waldock looking very aero, looking very smooth as she goes. Waldock goes through. Second quickest at the moment. Monica Siebert is our fastest on top of the leaderboard at the so Siebert not too far off that, because our second fastest time before this was 2:39.53 track. 2.5 laps to go for her, the Tasmanian moving nicely. Being begged for a little bit more by the coach in the back straight here. Still number. The Tasmania will come through to get 1.5 laps to go now. Waldock goes through, leading time at the moment, trying to get herself inside. The chance here, needs to sprint home. Back straight, could she get into 37s? It's going to be 38, but it's going to be 38 in the... Morris goes through 5th, but Waldock goes 2:38.595 this year by the Tasmania, giving herself every opportunity. We have 7, and in the back straight from Queensland we welcome Hannah Walters. South Wales we welcome Jenna Gallagher. Both right. 100 metres here. Jenna Gallagher going through. Hannah Walters slow on the first lap, but now really motoring into her pace. So these two riders, 3 and 4 at the moment, moving nicely. Both have been very competitive throughout the last few days. Good success. 3 and 4 at the moment as they travel around the track. They won't be making sure to leave the track in 1 and 2. Give themselves an opportunity to try and find themselves in the top 4, so be able to ride off for a medal here today. Gallagher will go through the first 1,000 in 1:20, through in 1:20. So they're in a good position to get themselves inside the time of Ellie Waldock. Pressure on the rest of the field. Walters up into third. Jenna Gallagher just dropped. One lap to go here. Walters finishing strongly. Gallagher just falling off the pace ever so slightly. Up into third. It's a big sprint. Beautifully to the end of a race. She comes up. She's going to stop the clock. She'll go fourth, 2:39.6. And Jenna Gallagher will go 2:42.37. If you're following us on Cycling YouTube show today, hello, welcome to results.auscycling.org. All the live updates of results and live. Our third last heat comes onto the track. We welcome in the back Rogers, and in the home straight we welcome from New South Wales Zoe May. Raven Rogers starting nicely as she comes up to her 500 metre checkpoint here. Quickest time to there. Zoe May at 6th for now. Ava Rogers moving. Coach standing right on the line down the back straight. Big day of racing here. Junior Women's 17 team sprint on today as well. Zoe May moving herself up to 4th now. Rogers still. A lot of racing over the last couple of years, these riders. Opportunities in New Zealand, Malaysia, also on the PSL for the road. And you've got the National Junior Track Series as well. 1:18.4 for Rogers. 1:18.4. So if she can negative split her 1,000 metres, she can get herself well inside the top time of 2:38.595 at the moment. Haven't seen a huge amount of negative splitting for rides, but Rogers is trying to get it done here. As she will head down the back straight and see 500 metres to go. Goes 1:56, so moving nicely. That 2:38 time of El Walder. Looking for a big finish here in the back. Coming up to get 1 lap to go, the West Australian. Still inside. Can she get around the 2:36? Can she go quicker? The West Australian just goes through now. Looking to go around possibly even 2:35 here as she stop the clock. She'll stop the clock. 2:35.695 to 2:37.973. Both riders 1 and 2. But 2:35.69 goes to number 1 on the leaderboard with 2 heats to come. Our second. Now we welcome in the back straight from Queensland. This will be Sienna Goulding. From New South Wales, we welcome Juno Smith. So just very quickly, just to our viewers on the AusCycling YouTube channel, I've had a few comments, and thank you for your comments. Yes, the telecom a little bit here today, so it's not your Wi-Fi and it's not your TV, it's our end. So during the 15 minutes, and it's not your TV, it's our end. So during the 15 minute time, what we're going to do is we're going to turn it off, reboot it and turn it back on. With this next heat, if you can't see anything for 15 minutes, don't panic. We will be back with you, and hopefully we will solve the with us and enjoy the rest of the day's racing. This pairing going through the 750, 1 and 2, Juno Smith, and it's just 2 so far. Let's see how they're really rocking and rolling as they come into their start-finish areas here. Quickest time 1:16, 1:17, so a couple of seconds inside the time of Ava Rogers to give you an going. So looking at the very low 2:30s at the moment for these two. Juno Smith really trying to set a fast time here. Smith will come through with 2 laps to go. Tracking through about 2 to 3 seconds quicker than the time of stage. So we'll see how she keeps travelling all the way through to the end. Sitting in second at the moment. Smith into the for now. Probably looking at around the 2:31 mark here for Juno Smith. Really moving nicely. Sienna Goulding trying to hang on into that top 2 position, just in there at the moment. A little bit of work to do over the last lap. Going to be a good ride here from Juno. Goes through 2:32.602. Goulding goes 4:46, so they'll go 1 and 2 for now. Got 1 heat still to come. Our final heat comes up onto the track. We welcome in the back straight from Victoria, Isla Shaw. In the home straight, we welcome from Western Australia, Sienna. Away now, final heat. Sienna Tinkler into the home straight. Quickest so far, no real surprise there. Won the 500 metre time trial in a 36-second 500. She won the individual sprint yesterday as well, after running 11.7 in the qualifying. Now looking to try and qualify into the top 2 spots in the individual pursuit. Shaw starting out a little, but riding nicely into her zone now. Getting far to 5th now for sure. As Tinkler comes through her first 1,000 metres. Smith at the moment. Shaw sitting around the time of Rogers and May through the first 1,000, so she's there and thereabouts trying to get herself up into the 4. Tinkler, however, well inside the rest. Herself up into the top 4 here at the Rogers. The way Tinkler's riding, Shaw hasn't quite pushed herself in. Moving very quickly in the qualifier here. She's going to come around at this time. Go. So Tinkler goes through 2:08. Looking for a very quick time. Mark here for Tinkler. She gets around the outside of Shaw and she comes into the home straight. Off her here, but Tinkler will cross 2:26. Shaw. Is she going to make a ride-off? Yes, she is. The 2 West Australians go into the ride-offs. Tinkler won 2:26 to the competition. Juno Smith from New South Wales in second. Sienna Goulding from Queensland is in third. And she will race over Rogers. So ladies and gentlemen, a new national record for Sienna Tinkler. Confirmed the old record at 2:28. Tinkler 2:26.987 in qualifying. She time trials, she's Australian today. Just a reminder to all of our AusCycling YouTube viewers, we're going to switch it off and the defending champion team, sprint team from WA. So a lot to look forward to for Sienna today and tomorrow. We've got the Kierans as Adrian Zhang leads down the back straight. Lynch, he was the fastest qualifier in the sprint this morning, the WA guy. See how he goes through the next rounds. Can he turn it into gold? Adrian Zhang leads the way. Wants to put some pressure on Flynn here. Charman up round the outside like a fastest qualifier. This is his first ride since qualifying, because in the first one he just wants to make sure the legs are working. Has a look over the shoulder. See Adrian racing for his place a little bit later. Next heat, we have Ethan Lee from Queensland versus Hudson Taylor from the ACT. Hudson Taylor taking the race up to Ethan Lee as they go through. Not a lot of pace on, just backing into the Queenslander. Ethan Lee thought about the jump, moved into position, now goes. Gives a split-second opportunity here for Hudson to get into the slipstream as they head towards the back straight, but Ethan was the faster qualifier and he's strong from the front here, the Queenslander. Pedaling beautifully as he comes through the bend. He is going to go. A big afternoon of sprinting to come for these riders. The next heat comes up onto the track. Casey Bunton from Western Australia coming up against Peter Samuel from New South Wales. Of the two, Casey Bunton's done a great ride to get himself up into the quarters. He won his way there through the repechage. So nice place to be. To the quarters in the national championships early in your cycling life. Something to look forward to moving forward. Peter Samuel. Having a look, just making sure he knows where Casey is, who's the faster of the two in qualifying, but you do have to show some respect to your opponent in these situations. Even though you may have their measure, you don't want to get caught out, you don't want to be using energy. You could be retrieving for sessions. They'll come into the home straight. Casey Bunton just following on in the slipstream, not attacking Peter Samuel here. Samuel gets himself up onto pace. Bunton just trying to go with the back wheel here, trying to stay. Good job of it. But Samuel now starts to accelerate through the bend. And the faster qualifier will take care of that heat. And he'll go into Now move on to our next heat. This is Adama Budrago and Arab Desai. Bell sounds and that ignites Blaisley into action. Gooley confident here, just sitting in the slipstream. Feels he's got the measure of Blaisley as they head down the back straight. Now he starts to go. Blaisley strong from the front here. I think Gooley may have made a bit of an error in judgment. Blaisley too strong as he comes up the home straight. And he will go through to the quarterfinals. He looked comfortable there, Gooley, in second wheel, but Blaisley, he goes through. Our next heat comes up on to the boards now, and it's Nino Durand from New Caledonia against Zach Thomas of the ACT. Good riding there from Nino Durand. It's just forcing Zach Thomas back to the front. Just washed off his speed through the bend. Now Thomas just trying to hold things up. Durand not interested in playing that game, wants to keep his speed up as they head towards the banking and underneath the scoreboard. Durand pushes through. Thomas still trying to take it up to the New Caledonian, and he does here as they come into the home straight. Thomas leads the way as they head down the back straight. Durand will wait for the straight line sprint to be able to try to accelerate, and he does now. And now he's got a lot of work to do through the bend. Thomas has been going nicely from the front. Durand, though, he's just a little bit too strong. Goes twice as far, but twice as fast. Up round the outside, takes that heat. And he will go through into the quarterfinals. Our next heat now between Jack Pentland of South Australia and Jaden Matty from New South Wales. Nothing between these two on the stopwatch. Pentland, his birthday yesterday, so it's a good week already. He leads down the back straight. Coming to the home straight this time. Pentland leads the way in front of Matty. Matty takes the lead spot off him. Got the deep dish carbon fibre wheels in. They do make a big difference at this level. Pentland, more the stock standard, aluminium rims as they head down the back straight. Pentland trying to put some pressure on Matty, making him go early. Matty has track position though as they come into the home straight this time. Matty leads, good piece of sprinting there by the New South Welshman, just holding it up as they went through into that metre line. Pentland with the work to do now. He's in the slipstream now. Can he come out of it? Because Matty is leading very strongly from the front here. The New South Welshman will go through to the quarterfinals. Jack can't get there today. A good riding there from the New South Welshman. Move on to our final heat of round two, now looking for our final rider for the quarterfinals. We welcome up onto the track rider number 19 from Victoria is Henry Grigg. Rider number 24 is Declan Zeng. Henry's drawn the front spot, so he'll lead away. Quite a comfortable pace. Seen a lot of slow rides round to the half lap today, but Henry getting on with the job at hand, pulling it up a little bit in the banking. They'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Zeng giving him quite a bit of room through the bend that time. Tactic that some riders will employ, lay off a little bit far in that first lap, trying to entice the lead rider into going very, very early and then launch up into the slipstream as quickly as you can. Not the case this time. Zeng giving perfect distance here for himself to move when he wants to. They'll come into the home straight, the bell will go, and Henry Grigg wants to get on with it. Not going to run the risk of getting dive bombed by Declan. Grigg moving. Declan Zeng, he's already gotten a medal on the podium today, this week. And he's up round the outside of Henry Grigg. Grigg going to fight back on the inside. The inside run on the restricted gears is such a difference. Henry will go through to the quarters. Track position on the restricted gears just plays so heavily in this competition. Move on to heat number 1 of our under 17 sprint round 2. The winner will go to the quarterfinal. We welcome onto the track rider number 68 from Queensland is Cruz Kemps Rider number 64. Also from Queensland is Oscar Winchester. Oscar, the fastest qualifier here this morning, riding 11.1. However, Cruz rode 11.5. So both very, very fast times at top speed. Get the timing right, get the track position right. And Cruz can take this one. Winchester just at the top of the track. Cruz Kemp's just playing around with it a little bit here. Pretty good effort by the lads in the back straight. Can't rock the back wheel. Back wheel can't roll backwards though. Winchester gets better position that time, able to hold the bike up dead set. Then Cruz has to roll away, but he doesn't roll away quickly. He still puts that element of doubt into his opponent, just rolls away nice and gently. He'll come into the home straight this time. 2 laps to go. They go to the top of the track again. Winchester trying to force his handlebars through that gap for now. The pace will go up. They go into the banking. Nerves of steel, these two, as they're in the banking, just at the pace they're going. They'll head down the back straight. And it just the natural downhill run of the banking helps Winchester just pick up pace a little bit. Now Cruz still going to hold him up as they come into the home straight. Holding up Winchester above the stayers line. Try and stay up there as long as he can. Now he drives down, but Winchester went down with him perfectly and up alongside him down the back straight. He's too strong, too quick in this one. Oscar's going to come round and qualify into the quarterfinals. Move forward to heat number 2 now. We welcome our 2 New South Wales riders up onto the track. Number 61 is Reuben Shepherd and his opponent is Jacob McLaughlin. Reuben's drawn front spot, he'll lead away. Reuben's second fastest qualifier this morning. Saw some outstanding sprint qualifyings from our under-17s. Reuben qualified 11.23. Jacob was 11.54, so still not a lot between these riders. Jacob keeping an eye on where the big man is at the top of the track as they head towards the back straight this time. McLaughlin leads from Shepherd down the back straight. They go together and McLaughlin gets right away into the sprinters lane. Shepherd up into the slipstream quite easily, and then he's going to wait for the back straight to accelerate. There's good, strong pace on the front here though from McLaughlin. Shepherd up round the outside, too strong and fast in the end, but a good fight from Jacob McLaughlin. Reuben Shepherd will go through to the quarterfinals. Move on to the next heat now. We welcome Joe Natoli, and his opponent will be Tobias Zoe. West Australian qualified in 11.33 this morning. Joe Natoli qualified in 12.08, and he's fought his way back into the sprints to get himself up into a chance to race for the quarterfinals. So these two will roll away. Natoli drew front spot, so he'll lead. Natoli leads the way in front of Zoe as they head down the back straight this time. We'll come to the home straight this time. Tobias Zoe quite happy to follow Natoli. Feels that he has the Victorians measure as they head down the back straight. They'll go down the back straight. The closing speed of Toby Zoe, very quick indeed. He'll come to the home straight and he'll find himself in the quarterfinals. Has a look at Joe as he goes through. Good sprinting there from Toby Zoe. And he goes comfortably into the quarterfinals. Good sportsmanship by both riders down the back straight. Shake of the hands. We'll see Joseph sprinting for his place a little bit later today. Our next heat comes up onto the track now. We welcome the Queenslander Bryn McDonald and his opponent from South Australia will be Kane as a party. As the party's done well to get himself up into this one. Forced his way into the quarterfinals. Leads into the home straight. No pace on at the moment. Seen Kane race a fair bit. Very good in the handicaps and the bunch races. Good sprinter. Bryn McDonald, saw him yesterday in the team sprint, really launched the Queensland team. Tactics are plenty between the boys here, making sure. Just want them to keep it rubber side down, shiny side up. Let's keep racing. McDonald in the back straight now. Leads from as a party. Coming to the home straight this time. McDonald going to go from the front as a party. He's very, very good off the wheel, but can he be very, very good off the wheel against Bryn McDonald? McDonald was faster in qualifying, but here we go. They'll come into the bend this time. McDonald so fast from the front, so strong. As a party tries, but he's not going to quite get there. It was a good tactic, good thinking about it. He knew his best chance was possibly just coming out of the wheel. Very much look forward to these guys when they get up onto the under 19 gears, because the way they race here, and you see one or two riders tactically better than the others, but just not strong enough yet. Something to really look forward to as they develop in the sport. good racing from Bryn. He'll go up into the quarterfinals. We'll see Kane racing for his place a little bit later. We welcome Oliver Jordan from Queensland and his opponent Tyler Cuniff from South Australia in this next heat. Queensland leads from South Australia. A different Queenslander and a different South Australian to what the scoreboard's telling us. Jordan leads through, Cuniff on his wheel. Good pace on between these, not wanting to slow it down too much. Jordan, he knows he has to keep the pressure on at Cuniff here as they head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Good move here from Cuniff. Jordan took a long time to think about coming down the track. He's taking a little bit too long because Cuniff is away down the back straight. Jordan very fast, but Cuniff is out to such a lead from that dive down the banking. We're coming to the home straight. He's going to go into the quarters. Tyler Cuniff 11.7 as he goes through. He'll go through. Shake of the hands from the boys. South Australian goes into the quarterfinals. The next riders getting themselves ready to come up onto the track. Colleen Laron from New Caledonia and Fletcher Mason from Tasmania. Mason leads away. Laron quite happy to force a little bit of pressure around the outside. Made Mason have a second glance to see what he was up to. They head down the back straight. Mason turns his way up the track. A little bit difficult to do when you've got your opponent alongside you. You see how Laron just overlapping the back of Mason's bike there. Basically in a situation where Mason can't really move too much, because if he does turn up into Laron and Laron doesn't move, that means he's knocking Laron down. He can't do that. So good intimidating racing here from the New Caledonian, just putting some pressure on as they head down the back straight. But he's got to give him room on the track. Now Mason goes to the front, gets underway. Laron up onto the wheel here. They hit down the back straight, and this is where he wants to use that speed and using it very nicely. They come alongside each other through the bend. Mason fighting back on the inside, but Laron has the run around the banking. He goes through, very happy about that. Good sprinting there from Laron from New Caledonia. He finds himself in the quarterfinals at the Australian Sprint Championships. Move on to our next heat now. Representing Victoria, we have Casta Chuang, and from Western Australia, we have Lockie Morgan. Lockie Morgan, the faster qualifier of the two, got himself up into the top 8 of qualifiers. Qualified in 7th this morning, but there's not a lot of speed difference between these guys on paper. This will be an interesting sprint. Like many of the West Australians, Lockie Morgan with the 86 wheels in, beautiful set of wheels, and the Dolman bikes. Victorian just wants to start to dictate terms here. Chuang gets himself in front of Morgan as they come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Morgan, he has the pace, has the strength. Chuang using his track craft, trying to just hold the West Australian up, make him think about what he's doing a little bit harder. They head down the back straight. Chuang holds him up the track. Morgan just fighting. Now Chuang making it an early sprint here. This may play into the hands of the West Australian, but the Victorian is very rapid from the front as they head towards the back straight. Straight line speed between the two, fairly even, but Morgan trying to get to him. The inside run does count for something, but Morgan too strong up round the outside. He's going to take it and he'll go into the quarterfinals here. Archie Martin from Victoria, Hugo Barnes from New South Wales. Archie, the quicker of the qualifiers, but this is heat number 8, so this is 8 versus 9. Nothing between them, everything to race for. Spot in the quarters. Got quarterfinals, semifinals and finals still to come in the sprint competition. Hugo doing a good job of just showing Archie the track here. Keeping it quick. Archie doing the right thing, building pace, trying to dictate terms of when we're going to sprint from second wheel. He's doing a good job of it. Thinks about going underneath. Barnes does a great job of covering the track here. Now they're underway. Barnes really trying to get up onto the pace as they head down the back straight. Now Martin's going to try and go. He gets out of the saddle for a little bit more, but Barnes on the inside. I think he's going to be too strong here from the front. Great racing here from the New South Welshman. He committed beautifully just before a lap to go. Front spot, inside run, and he goes through to the quarterfinals. This is the ride off for 21 versus 22 here. We've got Oliver Morris versus Nate Roberts Thompson from South Australia. 21 versus 22. Well, 21st place and 22nd place is what we're sprinting for here. So they get a result of the day. Not necessarily something we do in the championship, something we definitely adopt here at the National Championships in Brisbane. So the riders get a few more races. You don't get to ride at this level that often. And every time you get to go out onto the boards, under the lights, in front of the crowds against riders that you don't normally see, it's always better for you. Morris gets himself up round the outside here of Nate Roberts Thompson. Coming to the home straight with 1 lap to go. Morris trying everything as he heads down the back straight. Roberts Thompson trying to get up around the hip here. Morris fighting back on the inside. Roberts Thompson up around the outside, a little bit too strong around the outside here. He'll go through, end up with 21st in the championship. 22nd for Oliver. Good sprinting from both lads. This now, the sprint for 19th and 20th. This is between Matt Stratton from WA and Patrick Richardson from Queensland. And Patrick has decided to make this a time trial, and off he goes. Still having a look over the shoulder. Well, I think he should have gone on with it then. I thought Matt Stratton was in a little bit of trouble. Swings up to the top of the track, turns all the pace off, and now Stratton says, well, I'll have a go. You can see the elbow strapped up there from Matty Stratton. Had a touchdown in the qualifying scratch race a couple of days ago, so he's not quite himself, but they move down the back straight. Richardson leads the way, going to show more of the track to Stratton that he wants to see. Well, coming to the home straight this time, Stratton underneath gets position. However, the height of Richardson at the top could have played dividends. Now Stratton out of the saddle, sits down. Richardson beautifully in the slipstream as they head to the back straight. This time Stratton now starts to pick up pace. Richardson comes at him at the end of the straight. Can he get up round the hip here? Richardson is going very nicely. Stratton fighting back on the inside. Richardson out of the saddle all the way. Stratton goes across in first. He takes the higher placing out of the two. That was an exciting sprint. Good racing. The next sprint will be between Sebastian Uri and Felix Henderson, number 10. So 17th and 18th place in the program. Felix leads down the back straight from his teammate. Keeps a good eye on him. They'll know each other well, these two. Very little pace on in the banking as they come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Uri quite happy just to jam himself up behind his teammate here, keeping very close to him. Now he drops down, trying a little bit more of a tactic here, maybe try and get his handlebars in front of his bigger teammate just to try and hold him up the track a bit. Can't quite get there at the moment as they come into the home straight, or he's going to take him on from the front though. Big sprint up round the outside there for Felix, and he'll get some ground as they go through the 200. And Felix showing just a little bit too big and strong in this one, but they'll sprint all the way through. Felix comes into the home straight, still sprinting. Sebastian not giving up. Felix will come across the line and he'll end up 17th, and Sebastian, good riding, he'll finish 18th in the championship. This will be the sprint for 23rd and 24th between Matt Christian from WA and Oscar Pither from Tasmania. Matt Christian decides he wants to lead this one. Heading down the back straight. Another one of the WA kids on a Dolan with 86 wheels. Unless they've just got the one bike for the team and they're sharing it. But there seem to be a lot of them floating around. 2 laps to go. Christian leads through. Picking up the pace, just keeping an eye on where the Tasmanian rival is as they go down the back straight. Christian has decided to make this a very long sprint. He's underway and comes into the home straight this time. Moving nicely, Matty Christian through the 200. Oscar Pither trying to get into the slipstream here as he heads down the back straight. Christian still leads, going nicely into the home straight. Pither still coming at him, but Christian will hang on. Our next heat up onto the track. This is for 21st and 22nd. We've got the Tasmanian Sid Natira and Liam Shah from WA. So Liam rolls away. 21st and 22nd on the line for these two. So it's great that they're able to sprint for their position in the overall standings rather than do a qualifier, then maybe lose a round and not be able to come back. It'll leave at a walking pace for the first half lap. Liam gets himself over the first half lap. I think they've played with the official starter a few times today, the boys, just seeing how far they can push it. There's Shah, top of the banking. Lost sight of where the Tasmanian is at the moment. He knows he's there somewhere as he looks left to right. And come through with 2 laps to go. Natira right up on the wheel this time. And now just rides into position. A position where he can hold up Shah just a little bit. Still got to leave room for Shah to be able to come through. You can't close the door entirely. What you can do is you can ride the way he's doing, just dictating terms. Got to try and hold him up. You can drag race him from the top of the banking like this. Doesn't have to let him down. Now they start to gradually go down the track. Natira, though, has advantage of being down the bottom. But have a look at the pace of Niam up around the outside. It's a drag race to the bend, and then one has to go twice as far as the other, and Natira starts to accelerate away on the inside, and he will take the placing. Next heat that comes up onto the track now. This for 19th and 20th. 2 Victorians. Number 86 is Lockie Emmert, and number 95 is Aidan Nguyen. Two Victorians, they'll know each other well, and they start to move through the banking, come into the home straight. No pace whatsoever as they went through the highest part of the banking that time. Very impressed with the skill level and nerves of these riders. Lockie Emmert leads the way, top of the banking. Aidan just getting a little bit more track position here. Backs into Lockie, just holds him up down the back straight. Emmert does the right thing, gets his front wheel out, uses track height, uses advantage, and now he leads. Emmert through the 200, down the back straight. Aidan Nguyen trying to get to him down the back straight, hasn't made any inroads just yet. Emmert's going to be too strong, I think, but Aidan is coming, and he's coming at a pace. Oh, he's coming at such a pace. I think Lockie just hung on the throw. We'll wait for the official photo. Man on the inside looked like he still hung on. Indeed he did. Lockie Emmert takes the pace, 19th. We'll have our sprint for 17 and 18. This is between Cooper Farr from New South Wales and Gavin Herzl from New Caledonia. Good photo up on the wall, nothing between it. We'll move on to the next one. Wouldn't have been a tyre's width between the two lads in that last one. Cooper Farr leads away. Ooh. Bit of a bounce, bit of a slip. He'll be okay, but annoyed he will be. So Gavin looked like he just tried to just pull the pace out of his bike a little bit and hop the wheel, and of course lost traction with the wheel. So a New Caledonia rider. We'll jump on and ride back to the start finish, where there'll be a restart for that one. Just asking the question from our commissaire. Round of applause for Gavin and Cooper as they come back up onto the track. Gavin's all good. Gavin leads the way this time. A little bit more pace on. We go through underneath the scoreboard, showing us 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock already? How did it get here so quick? We head down the back straight. Cooper far up above Gavin as they go to the banking. Gavin likes to slow it down on the steep part of the banking, doesn't he? No fear whatsoever. Drops down, just going to keep the pace moving a little bit more here against Cooper as he comes through. Cooper far up the top, keeping the pace up, forcing the New Caledonian to keep moving forward. Just trying to close off the track a little bit here. The New Caledonia rider, it's got to give him a bit of space. Now he does, now they drive down. Far was ready for it and he's in the slipstream. What can he do from here? Herzl leads, they hit the back straight, looking for that straight line speed, side by side. Can't quite get to the hip of the New Caledonian though. He's going to be strong into the home straight. Far still coming at him, but the New Caledonian rider, Gavin Herzl, will hang on. He'll end up with 17th in the championship, Cooper 18th. These are our rides now in our under 15 ride-offs. We welcome our next 2 riders up. This is for 15th and 16th place on the day. We welcome Hudson Taylor from the ACT versus Adrian Zhang of New South Wales. Head down the back straight now. Hudson leading the way. Adrian up into the slipstream. What can he do against the ACT rider? Well, he can get into the slipstream for a first thing, as Hudson's going to make this a very long sprint. Now can Adrian get back up there into the slipstream here? As Hudson is ridden away from him at the 1 lap to go part. Moving nicely down the back straight, the rider from the ACT. Adrian hasn't given it away though. He's going to fight all the way to the line here. Drops his head just as I say that. And Hudson goes across. Adrian finishes second to him. So 15th for Hudson, 16th for Adrian in this competition. Good piece of riding from both lads today. It's been a great contest. We move on to our next heat that's getting themselves up onto the track. And this will be Arav Desai from Victoria up against Casey Bunton from WA. Desai leads through. trying to hold things up in the back straight here. Arav. Casey Bunton, equal to the task though, keeps himself in second position as they come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. We'll try again. See if you can force the West Australian through to the front. Strike number 2 leads away, picks up the pace a little bit as they head towards the back straight this time. Victoria versus WA. This for 13th and 14th in the competition. Picking up pace as they come into the home straight. Casey Bunton, how close can he get? They dive down the track. Bunton uses the speed of the banking to get up on terms as they go through the 200. Can Casey get up around the outside of the shoulder? He's almost there now. He's shoulder to shoulder as they go through the bend, but the inside run will take effect and Desai will go away. Nice riding there from the Victorian. Good try from the West Australian. He had the right idea, but Arav just a little bit too strong. Now welcome Zach Thomas from the ACT up against Joel Gooley from South Australia. 11th and 12th on the line for these two. South Australia gets things underway, trying something a little bit early here. Gooley goes through with 2 laps to go. Thomas just tracking him at the moment as they head down the back straight. Gooley has a look over the shoulder, sees that Thomas is there, now turns off the gas, but they're going to come into the home straight with 1 lap to go. Has he got 2 efforts in him here, Gooley? Thomas hasn't moved yet. Gooley holds him up. Now they go through the 200. Thomas up round the outside. Going to race past him in the back straight and hopefully get far enough past him, but Gooley once again on the inside run is going to fight back and fight back nicely. Gooley will go across, take 11th place, 12th for Zach Thomas. Jack Pentland leads away. His opponent Declan Zhang, and this is for 9th and 10th. Coming to the home straight this time for 2 laps to go. The South Australian leads the way in front of the young Victorian. He just has to back into him somewhat. Zhang, however, equal to the task, leaves himself in second wheel. Got himself a medal in the scratch race, I think it was, just a couple of nights ago to Declan as they come into the home straight. Shortly. At the moment, they're in the back straight. Jack Pentland leading. Out of the saddle nicely here, Jack. Can he put some pressure on Declan here? Can he get round, get himself one place up? They move down the back straight. The Victorians closing speed very good. Up round the outside of Pentland. Pentland going to try and fight back on the inside. Zhang's got too much momentum though as he comes round. He'll go across the line, finished in 9th place. Jack Pentland goes 10th. Good results, 9th and 10th in the National Championships. Nothing to be ashamed of. Great riding from both riders. This is our men's under 17 ride-off. First rider we welcome up onto the track. Rider number 68 is Cruz Kemps. His opponent will be Jacob McLaughlin. And they're sprinting for the 15th and 16th position in the championship. Cruz leads down the back straight. Both these riders raced very well today. Two laps to go. McLaughlin now moves into the front position. Another one of our riders. Dolans and Savellos seem to be the order of the day with a lot of these riders. We'll head down the back straight. McLaughlin keeping an eye on where Cruz is. They're coming to the home straight. Good move here from Kemps. Gets underneath. Heads through with 1 lap to go. Leading nicely as they head down the back straight. McLaughlin with some good closing speed, but Kemps from the front, just a little bit too strong through the bend. He's going to come up and take the placing. Cruz will finish 15th, Jacob will finish in 16th. We'll welcome our next race up onto the track. This is for 13th and 14th. We've got Joe Natoli from Victoria and Kane Azapati from South Australia, our riders. Joseph's drawn a front spot, so he'll lead away from Kane. Whistle sounds. Whistle sounds. Riders will come back to the start. Official starter has decided the lead rider did not continue a walking pace for the first half lap. So they'll get chatted to and they'll come back to the line. So welcome Joe and Kane back up onto the start line for this one. 13th and 14th is what we're racing for. Natoli leads away as a party, gives him a bit of distance this time off the line. Come through with 2 to go. Natoli brushing all the pace off. I think he's worked out that as a party he's quite okay to sit second wheel. Thank you, Kane. Make a liar of the commentator. Go to first place. They head down the back straight. Drops back into second wheel. Coming to the home straight this time, and it is Natoli who leads the way. Building up pace, now getting underway as a party lays off ever so slightly, puts himself into the slipstream. They'll go to the back straight as a party still looks like he's laying off a little bit. Now he's going to try. They'll come into the home straight, strong from the front here, Natoli, but as a party was confident from the outset. He will take the placing. Nice piece of sprinting there from Kane. He'll end up 13th in the championship. And Joe Natoli will end up 14th. Welcome our sprint now between Oliver Jordan of Queensland and his opponent will be Fletcher Mason from Tasmania. This for 11th and 12th position. Oliver's drawn front spot, he'll lead away. Leads away at good tempo. Quicker of the two in qualifying, so Oliver leads down the back straight. You see him mix it up on the boards here at AMV. We're coming to the home straight. The Tasmanian quite happy just to follow on. No, makes a liar of me straight away. Jumps down the inside. Gets into position, thinks better of it. Jordan now puts himself back into the front spot. They're working turns in this one. They heads down the back straight. Mason goes to the front, now gets on with it as they come into the home straight. Mason in front of Jordan. Jordan going to take him on very early as they head to the back straight this time. The Queenslander a little bit too fast, too strong here. He's going to take the position. He'll end up 11th in the championship. Has a look over the shoulder at his opponent. 11th and 12th there for Jordan and Mason. Our two riders have to lead away at a walking pace. Archie Martin. Casper will follow on. I head down the back straight, the two Victorians. This is for 9th and 10th in the championship. Both riders, good day of sprinting. Still plenty to come today and tomorrow. Junior 17's points race, 15's points race in the men. And then tomorrow we've got the Kierans as well. So still plenty of racing to happen. Head down the back straight. Harton from Chuang as they head through a lap and a half to go. Now they come through the bend. And so Victorians going to come together in the home straight. Big sprint on the inside here from Martin. Good riding here from Casper. Tried to get up round the outside. He's still up round the outside. Martin trying to fight back for the shorter race home, and he is going to get there, is he? Yes, he is. Martin up the home straight. Restricted gears on the inside. Always persevere and push back through the gap. It works most of the time. Archie Martin takes the position, ends up 9th in the championship. Casper will end up 10th. We now move on to the first of our quarterfinals in the under 15 sprint championship. We welcome onto the track from Victoria, Henry Grigg, and from Western Australia, Flynn Charman. Charman, the fastest qualifier in 11.85 this morning. Best 2 of 3 in the quarterfinals. They come through with 2 laps to go. Just laying off Henry Grigg here. He rode 11.8. Henry rode around the 12.3 mark, so there's about a half a second if they're absolutely flat out. And as we've seen, but when we start racing one against the other, anything can happen. And Henry Grigg will start this sprint early. Charman showing some confidence here as he heads down the back straight. Going to get himself up round the outside of Henry Grigg for race number 2. Race number 1. Comfortably done, race number 1 for the fastest qualifier. Needs to win one more, then he'll find himself in the semi-finals. Move away in heat number 2 now. Welcome our Queenslander, Ethan Lee, the second fastest qualifier this morning in 11.99. His opponent for this one is Jaden Maddy of New South Wales. Not a huge amount between the two times. It's about just under 0.3 of a second, but Ethan Lee's looked very, very rapid in the couple of rides we've seen him. He was able to get a bye in the first round, as did Flynn Charman, so one less race for them so far today. They head down the back straight this time. Man from New South Wales, keeping a good eye on the Queenslander. With 1 lap to go. Matty goes down early, trying to keep Ethan Lee behind him as they go to the back straight. Lee, no real slipstream to speak of, decided just to drag, race around the outside. He's up around the outside and still progressing forward. Ethan Lee, he'll take race number 1. Did it possibly the hard way, but he takes race number 1 nevertheless. We'll move on now to the next race in our quarterfinals, and we welcome to the track rider number 4 from New South Wales, just clipping in still. We have Nino Durand from New Caledonia, rider 126, and we have his opponent Peter Samuel from New South Wales. Peter draws a front spot and he will lead away. Been very quick here today, Peter, moving nicely. Been very impressed with Nino, just the same. Got the rode very well in the individual pursuit. Going to go home with a prize from there. We're coming to the home straight. 2 laps to go. New Caledonia rider just keeping a very good eye on Pete Samuel here. Family's been in the sport many, many years, following in the footsteps of his big brother Dan. They head down the back straight with 1.5 laps to go. New Caledonia rider. Can't imagine he's going to leave it to a short sprint. They'll start to build up into the home straight. Straight up round the outside, Peter Samuel. He's got height round the top. Durand, though, doing the right thing. He's got the inside run and he fights him off now. Peter Samuel with a lot of work to do. Hasn't quite gotten the slipstream, hasn't got the Formula One whoosh pass at the moment. He's not going to get there either. The New Caledonia rider, and he reverses the seed and takes race number 1. Clever bike riding. Move on to our next heat now. We welcome from Victoria, Adama Wadrago. And his opponent from Tasmania will be Noah Blaisley. Blaisley leads Wadrago into the home straight. 2 laps to go this time. Wadrago, of course, took the time trial. Very fast indeed. Wasn't the fastest qualifier here today, but he's trying to get himself up into the final four by winning 2 races here. Everything to race for. So we've still got a number of races on the program here today, so plenty of racing to come. Blaisley leads into the home straight, backs off the pace ever so slightly, keeping a good eye on Drago as they come up. Now it just left the door open a little bit. Adama able to jump through it there, up round the outside. Too much pace. The Victorian going to be comfortable for this first ride now. Comes around the bend. Nice riding there, but Adama, he'll go across the line. Takes race number 1. And now quarterfinals. Now move on to our under 17 sprint quarterfinals. And welcome fastest qualifier of this championship, riding 11.15 this morning. This is Oscar Winchester from Queensland, and his opponent is Hugo Barnes from New South Wales. Hugo leads the way. Barnes leads through. Just keeping an eye on Winchester at the moment. Barnes has ridden very well to get himself back into the quarterfinals here today. Winchester up round the outside. He has been absolutely dynamite here all day so far. Barnes doing the right thing, trying to hold up the man that dives in very early. And tactic was perfect, except going very, very early against the fastest man on the track. This allows him to unleash that talent down the back straight, and he unleashes it here at Winchester. He'll come into the home straight for race number 1. Move on to race number 2, heat number 1. We welcome Ruben Shepherd from New South Wales and Lockie Morgan from Western Australia. Ruben Shepherd, our second fastest qualifier this morning. Morgan qualified in 7th, so he's done well to get into the quarterfinals to hold on to his seedings, the West Australian. We'll come to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Shepherd will be trying to just get this done and out the way. 2 rides, start thinking about the semis, because top 3 or 4 times in this competition are very close together. Some very fast bike riders. Morgan just sits underneath Shepherd as they head to the back straight. There's a big man though, is Reuben Shepherd on that bike. They come into the home straight this time. Morgan thinking twice. Shepherd up round the outside, taking advantage of the velodrome. Drops down, heads down the back straight, riding away from Morgan here. He'll head into the home straight. He's going to be comfortable winner of this first one. Has a look over the shoulder. Reuben Shepherd goes one up. Race 3, Heat 1, about to come up onto the track. We welcome our New Caledonian rider, Colleen Laron, and his opponent from Western Australia, Tobias Zoe. So Drew front spot, only has to go at walking pace. The Caledonian rider was the one who decided he would ride up the banking. Must go at walking pace though. Gets over the halfway. Clever riding there by the West Australian. Pulled the bike up straight away. Now the New Caledonian is equal to the task. He's going to force Toby Zoe to move first, and he does so. So head out of the back straight this first time. Toby Zoe taking his opponent from New Caledonia very seriously indeed here in the first race in the quarterfinals. Good riding, good technique there from Zoe, forces his opponent to the front for now. Now Laron gains height, showing no fear of the speed they're doing in the bank. Still at the top of the banking as they come into the straight this time. Zoe takes advantage of the fact the track was open. They start to ride towards the 200. Zoe still not inside the sprinter's lane. Now they kick down the back straight. Still outside the sprinter's lane, and now he drops into it. Toby Zoe controlled that one from the front in the end. He takes ride number one. Race number 4, heat number 1. We welcome from South Australia, Tyler Cuniff, and from Queensland, we welcome Bryn McDonald. Queensland drawn front spot, leads away in this one. A lot of sprinting on the program today for everyone to watch. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage and the pictures that have been brought to you on our YouTube channel, the AusCycling YouTube channel. If you'd like to keep up with the results, go to results.auscycling.org.au. You'll be able to see all the updated points, all the live scoring from our events here this week. As our riders come into the home straight this time. 2 laps to go, Queenslander leading. Nice move here by the South Australian, gets to the front. Queenslander with some work to do because Cunniff is away. He's got to commit now because he's got a nice little lead here. Tyler Cunniff, Bryn McDonald, full on down the back straight. He's got closing speed, Bryn McDonald. They'll come into the home straight. Cunniff, is he too far clear? Is he going to be able to get to him? Cunniff takes race number 1. We move on to race number 1, heat number 2 in our 15s quarterfinals. We welcome back Henry Grigg from Victoria and Flynn Charman from WA. And Flynn Charman is 1 race up in this best of 3 series. So it's Flynn's turn to lead away this time. Gets this one out the way and wins it. Finds himself in the semi-final. Hold things up here in the home straight, just underneath the commentary box now. Charman leads away. Top of the track, so he's got plenty of room to dive bomb here. Henry Grigg not with a lot of pace on down the bottom of the track. Comes up to the West Australian now, just holding himself up behind him. Interesting tactics. Lap and a half from home, fastest qualifier. Trying something out. Doesn't want to be leading, wants to be coming off the wheel. Now Greg gets underway. Henry Grigg underway heavily now, and Flynn Charman suddenly finds himself with some work to do, and a lot of work to do. The fastest qualifier going to have to find his fastest pace here in this lap as they head down the back straight. The closing speed of Flynn Charman though, up round at the outside and into the home straight here. Flynn Charman, he will take 2 straight rides and go through to the semi-finals. We welcome race number 2, heat number 2. This is Ethan Lee and Jaden Matty. Ethan's one race up in this best of 3. New South Wales rider Matty just holds up the Queenslander as they go round the bend. Just a reminder folks, it's a 45-minute break at the completion of the second ride of our quarterfinals and the under-17s. This is midway through our under-15s, so probably about 15-20 minutes away from a 45-minute break in the program today. Everyone else be able to have a rest and get some food. Straight up round the outside, Ethan Lee just wants to get himself into the next round, which is the semi-finals, and he's moving nicely down the back straight here. He'll come round into the home straight, Ethan Lee. He will take this one out. That'll be 2 straight rides against Jaden Matty. Moving on now to race 3, heat number 2. We welcome our first rider up onto the track. This is Nino Durant from New Caledonia. He's one race up in this series against New South Wales, Peter Samuel. Tron leads away. Samuel right up on the wheel. Duran leads into the home straight. Peter Samuel moving nicely in front from here. Needs to win this one to stay alive. Good riding here from Peter Samuel. He's going to take this one back. They're going to go to 3 rides in this quarterfinal. Move on now to race number 4, heat number 2. We welcome back our Tasmanian rider Noah Blaisley and his opponent Adama Wadrago. Wadrago is one race up in this best of 3. coming to the home straight with 2 laps to go. Blaisley wants to try something new, putting some pressure on Wadrago as they go through. Making him think about it anyway. Wadrago equal to the task, up into the slipstream. He won the time trial a couple of nights ago, so he's on some very nice form. Wadrago up into the slipstream. They head down the back straight. Blaisley still leads from the front. Wadrago loping out of the saddle, but getting up onto speed here, up round the outside. Confident in his ability. He'll go across and take ride number 2. And he'll find his way into the semi-finals, where he should meet Flynn Charman in the semi-finals. Move on now to race number 1, heat number 2 of our men's under 17 sprint quarterfinals. And we welcome back Oscar Winchester, who's 1 race up in this best of 3 against Hugo Barnes of New South Wales. Winchester leads into the home straight from Barnes here. Winchester, the rider with the pace, with the strength, but very impressed with how Hugo Barnes sprints as well. In the one-on-one racing, certainly wouldn't tell that you're dealing with 1 versus 8 in the seedings. So they'll come through the bend and into the home straight this time. Barnes just holding Winchester up. Head down to the bell this time. Barnes has a look over the shoulder. He knows Winchester's there somewhere. He's right away in the lane. Head down the back straight. Barnes just trying to hold it up that little bit more. But Winchester showing just how strong and fast he is as he accelerates in the saddle, if you don't mind, and up round the outside. The top seed stays top, no trouble at all. He goes through to the semi-final. Good sportsmanship by the boys, shaking hands in the back straight. We now move on to race 2, heat 2. Ruben Shepherd of New South Wales, 1 race up over the top of Lachlan Morgan from Western Australia. Shepherd leads away, Lockie Morgan as they head down the back straight. So the top 3 guys in this division, very, very, very fast. And there's a good contest between 3 and 4 and 5 between Bryn McDonald and Tyler Cuniff. They'll come into the home straight this time. The big figure of Ruben Shepherd leads the way. Keeping an eye on where Lockie Morgan is. Lockie Morgan tried to come out of the wheel earlier. Wasn't really the tactic against the big strong ride of Ruben Shepherd. Now he moves, making this a lot longer this time. Lockie Morgan into the home straight. He's got Shepherd up on the wheel. He's committed a long way out here, Lockie Morgan. Shepherd will be happy with this. Straight forward sprint for him as they head down the back straight. But Morgan strong through the bend. Shepherd's going to have to work for it. It is a straightforward sprint, but Shepherd will get up round the outside. Good racing. Ruben Shepherd will go through to the semi-finals. Race 3, heat number 2 coming up onto the track. This is Colleen Laron from New Caledonia going up against Tobias Zoe of WA. And Tobias is one race up. Laron leads down the back straight. There's quite a lot of tactics in the first race between these two. Laron always going to try something. He's the slower of the two in qualification. Tobias Zoe is got to get through this one, try and save as much energy as possible. Should be the tactic because he's got semi-finals and finals on the way as long as he takes care of Colleen in this one. They head down the back towards the back straight this time. New Caledonian rider keeping a good eye on where Zoe is. Zoe's going to back his off the wheel pace by the looks of things, just trying to practice his runs. Other riders will be watching the tactics of who they're racing all day. Now beautifully underneath. Just when you thought he was going to be happy to follow, Tobias Zoe leads through, looking over the shoulder. They'll hit down the back straight this time. Zoe out of the saddle. Now he's getting up to full speed. Laron in the slipstream, and that's where he will stay as they come into the home straight. Toby Zoe will go through to the semi-finals, 2 straight rides. Race 4, heat number 2. We welcome back the South Australian Tyler Cuniff and rider from Queensland, Bryn McDonald. Tyler Cuniff is 1 race up in the best of 3 here. McDonald paying a lot more attention in this one than the first. They head down the back straight. McDonald leads the way. Gone a bit early, maybe. Corniff up into the slipstream as Bryn McDonald. And he used the thing that he has the best, and he's going to go hard as he possibly can here. But Corniff is in the slipstream. They head down the back straight. A lot of support for the South Australian. Up round the outside. He's going to reverse the seedings and take himself into the semi-finals. He's getting better as the day goes on, this young man. Good riding here from Tyler Corniff.
I asked Tony what time we're coming back and my radio died at the same time. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting again at 10 minutes to 5. I want to break now until 10 minutes to 5. So 10 minutes to the hour for everyone joining us around Australia and other parts of the world. So 10 minutes to 5 on the East Coast. We'll be getting underway with the second part of our sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to everyone who's joined us on the AusCycling YouTube channel. We're back on for our evening program, our last evening program of the championships. Tomorrow we're racing through the day and we're finishing mid-afternoon. But we've got a good 3 hours, I would say, of fantastic racing program to get through this evening, and we welcome back the first of those races. This is ride number 3 in our men's under 15 quarterfinal between Nino Durand of New Caledonia and Peter Samuel of New South Wales. Whoever wins this one is going to find themselves in the semi-final with an opportunity to get in the gold medal race. That will be later this evening. But we've got semis and we've got finals to get through. We've got the final of the individual pursuits. We've got the junior women team sprints. We've got points races to come. We have a very packed program to get through here this evening. Looking forward to it. Everyone's excited. If you've got people who want to watch around the country, around the world, please let them know. AusCycling's YouTube channel is on. It's live. We've got our hard-working camera people up here bringing all of the pictures to you as we come through with 2 laps to go now. Durand leads from Pete Samuel. It's been a good contest. Pete Samuel is the faster of the two on paper, no doubt about it. But Nino, my goodness me, he's got some tactics and he's a very good bike rider, this young man from New Caledonia. Very strong as well. They'll come into the home straight this time. Samuel trying to get up around the outside of Durand, and the Durand, the individual pursuiter, holds him off. Samuel's going to have to find a different way. Down the back straight, doesn't rest, just tries to go up to the hip. I think Durand from the front here is going to have something to say about this one. He's going to go through to the semis. The New Caledonian is going to find himself in the semi-finals, racing for another medal here in this championships. Peter Samuel misses out, but we'll see him again tomorrow. We'll see him later on in the points race, but we'll see Pete in the Kieran's tomorrow as well. Put your hands together for our New Caledonia competitor. Bronze medal already this week, going beautifully. Junior 17 team sprint there. We move on now to our women's under 17 team sprint round number 1. We welcome the first team up onto the track. This is the Victoria B team. Emilia Jurivkova, Natalie Dixon and Gabriela Rojo Rodriguez. It's the first qualifying ride. First of our teams underway now. This is the under 17 team sprint. Round number 1, qualifying. Want to get themselves moving for round number 2. And we've got the under 15. Emilia Juravkova moved up, starting this team off. So the young riders, a couple of the under 15s, getting a chance to ride up in the team sprint here this evening. Give them plenty of racing. I'm sure a superb competition in the under 17 men's. It seesawed throughout the day as Victoria come through. Seesawed throughout the day with the fastest qualifiers not necessarily becoming the champions last night. So reversal of seedings as well. As we get the Victoria B team's going to come through. I'm going to ride 1 minute .909, the first time to be put up on the board. Going to move on to heat number 2 now. Welcome in the back straight the team of the ACT, which will be Anika Astridge, Maya Torres-Smith and Evelyn Power. And in the home straight we'll have Victoria A, which will be made up of Sharvi Tanksel, Isla Shaw and Nicola Morris. Away now, heat number 2, looking to set the fastest times they possibly can and set themselves up for a good qualifier in the next round. Victoria versus the ACT in this heat. Victoria moving nicely. Haven't gone out as fast as the first Victorian team though, but that was started by Emilia Juravkova, one of the fastest riders out there. Now Victoria moving very nicely, go up to number 1, ACT into number 2, but they are now going to go ahead of the Victorian team, and very quickly indeed. They head down the back straight, the ACT, put themselves into the winning position here of this heat. We'll come through with half a lap to go. The ACT riders well clear of the Victorian team. We'll see what they can do. They'll go into the back straight. They're going to stop the clock. 56.980 to 58.404. Heat 2 out the way, getting ready to get underway with heat number 3 now. in the women's under 17 sprint, round number 1. We welcome in the back straight the team of South Australia, Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Moffat and Monica Siebert. And in the home straight we welcome the team of New South Wales, Allegra Beretov, Jenna Gallagher, Erin Prince. South Australia away in the back straight. Very nice start to the New South Wales team in the home straight. They all went away perfectly together. And they'll lead through the first half lap. South Australia, though, really moving nicely as they go into the back straight. This is the qualifying ride. New South Wales lead the way, though. Gallagher on the front of the New South Wales team. Looks like Moffat on the front for South Australia. They'll head down the back straight, not a lot between them. New South Wales hand over to Prince to finish this off. Siebert from South Australia moving nicely, but Prince coming into the home straight very shortly. New South Wales to the lead. They'll go across the line. 55.069 to South Australia's 55.976. So they both go 1 and 2. Heat number 4 now coming out onto the track. In the back straight, we welcome the team of Queensland. Madeline Douglas-Savage, Hannah Walters and Elise Vaughan. And in the home straight, we welcome the defending champions, the team of Western Australia. Ella Smith, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. Away in the home straight, away in the back straight. It's a big week of competition here. It's a big day of competition. Ella Smith getting the West Australians away as they head down the back straight. Queensland, very nice, tidy start as well. WA into the home straight. Smith will get up out their way now. Rogers now leads Tinkler. These two have still got to ride the third place and the gold medal ride in the individual pursuits tonight, so they've got a big evening of racing. They come into the home straight. Rogers will get up out the way. Tinkler will take over. Tinkler down the back straight, moving nicely. Queensland, Douglas Savage finishing off very quickly indeed. WA will stop the clock, 54.008. Queensland will go 56.1 7-2, so the West Australian team 1 second clear of New South Wales in that first qualifying ride, then South Australia and Queensland. They're the top 4 teams, as we call it. We move on to the men's under 15 sprint semi-finals. Our first 2 riders that are going to come out onto the track will be Flynn Charman of Western Australia and Adama Wadrago of Victoria. Flynn Charman, the fastest qualifier here today, in 11.85 for the WA rider. Adama Wadrago, he qualified in 12.1, but he also won the time trial on the first night of competition. It'll be a very good contest between these two. Best of 3, the winner to the gold final, the loser to the bronze. Drago draws front spot, must lead the first half lap at a walking pace. Doesn't seem to be a walking pace. Whistle goes. They'll come back to the start. Drago didn't lead at a walking pace, so they'll come back to the start now. We welcome our semi-finalists back up onto the track. No harm done, just an explanation of the rules, a reminder for our junior riders. In that situation, Flynn Charman would have been given the choice of whether he wanted to lead or follow in this restart, and he's chosen to follow again. We roll away again. Only has to go at a walking pace for that first half lap unless the second rider wants to take it from him. That wasn't the case in the first one. He was propping as he came off the line through the first half lap. Comfortably now. The Australian time trial champion just a couple of nights ago is Adama, and now Flynn Charman. Fastest qualifier this morning, the West Australian. Can he back that up? Can he get himself through to the final? This is a tough semi-final considering you're the fastest qualifier. You're going up against the Australian time trial champion as well. A head down the back straight. Wadrago quite happy to keep a tempo on this time. I hope that little mishap at the start hasn't unsettled the nerves. They'll come in this time. Charman happy to follow. Wadrago leads down the back straight, getting up onto top speed here. A lot of work to do here for Charman, because Wadrago is very fast and very strong from the front. Charman still coming at him in the home straight though. Can he get there? They'll go to the line. Oh, I tell you what, I'm not even going to call it. We will wait for the photo finish on that one. Charman came very, very late indeed. Wadrago was hanging on, but we'll wait for our official result. I got Flynn Charman as the winner. He'll take race number 1. Nothing between it. Keep your eyes up to the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. I feel we're going to see the photo. There you go, just up the top. The red line is the giveaway. So nothing between them, but Charman, strong ride up round the outside, takes race number 1. And this is just the semi-final. We have a big night of sprinting to look forward to over the next hour. We welcome heat number 1 of race number 2. This is Nino Duran from New Caledonia, and he's up against Ethan Lee of Queensland. Ethan was the second fastest qualifier here today, and he's been riding beautifully all afternoon. Duran keeping this one on. Took a medal in the individual pursuit, so he's a very strong rider from the front. Lee is very, very quick though, and he's got good track craft as they head down the back straight. He has caught the New Caledonian on the hop here, so he's got a big job to do, and he just sits up the New Caledonian with 1 lap to go. He is going to save the legs as Lee heads down the back straight. Moving very quickly indeed is Ethan Lee, finding out how the legs are going. He'll come into the home straight this time. He's going to go, Howe has a look. He says, how did I win it by that much? Ethan Lee goes 1 ride up. Beautifully done. We now go on to the under-17 semi-finals. We welcome from Queensland, Oscar Winchester, and from South Australia, Tyler Cuniff. So Winchester, the fastest qualifier here this morning. And so far he has looked pretty much unstoppable. Tyler Cuniff has ridden a brilliant day's sprinting. More of your technique style sprinter, knows how to come off the wheel nicely. And he's mixed up his racing. That's where Winchester, his technique's fine. He just also has this incredible top speed that no one seems to be able to handle. They go through with 2 to go this time. The Queenslander, we're happy that he's on his home track for this. Keeping a good eye on where the South Australian is. South Australian moves twice, doesn't move a 3rd time. They'll go into the bend and head towards the home straight. Winchester still holding up the South Australian. Now he goes down the track, getting up to top speed here. Surprising he didn't get attacked. Now they head down the back straight. Cuniff is going to try and go to him down the back straight, and he's very quick off the wheel, but Winchester is so strong and so fast. Inside run up the home straight, rides the South Australian off. As I said, Cuniff, a real good technique sprinter, but Oscar Winchester just so fast, so strong from the front. Move on to race number 2, heat number 1 in the under-17 semi-final. We welcome from New South Wales, Ruben Shepherd, and his opponent from Western Australia is Tobias Zoe. Tobias Zoe likes a slow build-up sprint. Ruben Shepherd takes the lead away from him straight away, not interested in playing that game. Wants to feel the legs working. They start to pull up in the back straight. These riders, they race all day, but one thing they do is they watch their opponents. And they all raced last year and the year before that, and some of them the year even before that at this level. They know how each other rides, and if they spot the same tactic year on year, or 80% of the time, they'll know what they're dealing with most of the time. They'll set their race up to that, and that's what Ruben Shepherd's done. He knows that Toby Zoe likes a slow one. He knows he likes to come off the wheel, so he just wants to try and dictate terms. You've got to pay attention now as they come into the home straight, though, and Shepherd does. He goes first. Shepherd was the second fastest qualifier this morning. Zoe was third. They head down the back straight. Shepherd leads. Zoe closing speed up round the outside, but Shepherd on the inside. So strong. They come together. That will be reviewed. Toby Zoe is going to cross in first. Both riders just acknowledging something that happened. I get the feeling that Zoe may have just clipped Ruben through the bend. The commissaires will look at it. He's clipped Ruben as they've gone through the bend, knocked themselves off balance. Well done on the bike handling skills for both of these riders. But that will be under review, that one. You can see our riders getting out onto the track, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a qualifying scratch race for tonight's point score, so we'll be coming up soon with that. Move on to the first of our under 17 points race qualifying heats. 6.25 kilometres, 25 laps of the track. On the fence line we have Thomas Brinkley, Sid Natera, Ewan Brown, Matteo Boudier, Will Astridge, Hugo Orcock, Will Sheringham, Cruz Kemps. On the sprinters lane we have Seth Harrison, Jack Panozzo, Maximus Moore, Harry Morrison, Asher Olsen, Josh Moore, Riley Dixon and Harrison Dowling. 16 riders in all. There will be 4 riders eliminated. There will be a sprint on lap 20, 10 and 0. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Pace goes up. First sprint is only 5 laps in. So important. Get yourself some points in this and you're going to be safe to qualify. 5, 3, 2, 1 points. Any points will do. There's only the 3 sprints. You're going to lose 4 bike riders out of this. And there's 16 riders in there. So you can pretty well guarantee yourself a spot in the final just by scoring even a single point. You don't have to worry about it after that too much. Bell lap as they come through this time. Matteo Boudier on the front. Been a long sprint so far as they head down the back straight. Boudier starting to miss out on the pace. The 2 West Australians in a bit of trouble now for the points. They come into the home straight. Queensland, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria getting themselves up. Oh, I think Boudier just hung on, got himself caught under the wheel, held it up. So he does score some points there as he goes through. So looking to have 4 riders eliminated from this race. We've got 2 riders who have been dropped from it already. They come through with 17 laps to go. South Australia and New South Wales on the charge here, looking for points. Riley Dixon's leading the bike race on 5. Will Sheringham 3. Harrison Dowling on the 2. Matteo Boudier on 1. Get a point, you're going to be safe. Just keep up with the bunch. So those 4 riders are going to be okay. Breakaway comes through 5 and 3. That's the points they're chasing on the next one. South Australia leads through. New South Wales, they don't have to worry about sprinting, they just need to swap turns together. They'll have done the sums, they know what they need to do. The 2 new Queensland riders down the back straight. Looking for some points here. Victoria coming out the front as well. So 5 and 3, that'll be enough for them as well. There's only one more sprint to come. Just want to get yourself a point. The race at the moment, Josh Moore, Riley Dixon both on 5 points. Will Sheringham and Thomas Brinkley both on 3. Cruz Kemps and Harrison Dowling both on 2. Ewan Brown and Matteo Boudier both on 1. Then you've got 7 other riders who don't have points at the moment. So you've got points, you're going to be fine. You've just got to keep up. It's the riders without points who have to start panicking for their place as they go across the line in the last sprint. We'll come through now with 5 laps to go. Matteo Boudier goes to the front. He's got a point, just has to keep up with the bunch. He'll qualify. See the split starting to occur. Riders just riding for position, trying to get themselves to stay out of trouble here. And Boudier making sure he's out of trouble as he comes into the home straight with 2 laps to go this time as they start to make the moves around the outside. It's going to be very important for people who without points to make sure they get a good place across the line here. So it's going to go to a count back with 1 or 2 who may not have scored points there, but a great qualifying ride. Big week of racing for these riders. Ladies and gentlemen, we just need to do some housekeeping. We move back to event 230, our men's under 17 sprint semi-final between rider 61, Ruben Shepherd, and rider 98, Tobias Zoe. Tobias Zoe from WA incurred a penalty of a C1. That is a relegation for not holding their line during the final sprint. Ruben Shepherd goes 1 race ahead in the best of 3. Don't forget, folks, you can go on to results.auscycling.org.au to be able to see all of the updated results as it happens. So if you're looking for the full results of who qualified from our qualifying heat that's just happened, they will be up there shortly. We now move on to our second heat, our under 17 points race qualifying here this evening. 25 laps of the track. We welcome our riders up onto the fence line. Fletcher Mason from Tasmania, Jasper Griffiths from Victoria, Joseph Natoli from Victoria, Joe Hewlett from WA, Jackson McDonald from the ACT, Sid Pickering from New South Wales, Hunter Davis from Queensland, and Elliot Barrett from South Australia. In the sprinters lane, we welcome from Tasmania, Oscar Pither, from Victoria, Omer Kamitsi, from WA, Niam Shah, Hugo Gardin from New Caledonia, Harvey Challoner from New South Wales, Jet Stokes from New South Wales, Bryn McDonald from Queensland, and Luca Schmidtke from South Australia. Once again, 25 laps of the track. First sprint will happen on lap 20, then 10, then 0. Pretty well guarantee yourself a ride in the final as long as you score a point. So, as we get underway, 23 laps to go. 24, sorry. A little bit of housekeeping. Please pay attention, team manager. There is another warning. The warning is for South Australia for being late to the start. This is an official warning for South Australia for being late to the start. As we get 23 laps to go as they come into the home straight. All happening here this evening under lights, the last night of competition. We're racing all day tomorrow though, so don't be sad. Plenty to come. Everyone looking for position. 22 to go this time. Score points, get in the final. Pretty simple. Don't score points and make sure you're at the pointy end of the final sprint for your position in the race. New South Wales, Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia are looking for a hard way home. They'll go down the back straight and through the bend this time. Points are plenty. Good race home by the ACT up round the outside Jackson, but see what happens as we go. They head down the back straight. We'll get the updated points shortly. Not on scoreboard at the moment as they are still looking at the result of heat number 1. As the attack goes here, swings up the track. Jasper Griffiths, I don't think he knew how much of a lead he possibly had then. Pace drops out of this one now. First sprint in this one. Omer Kamitsi got the 5. Harvey Challoner got the 3. Joe Natoli got 2. Hunter Davis got 1. Pressure off them. Scoring a point will definitely guarantee you a spot into the final here. Not enough distance for laps to be gone. There's 1 or 2 riders who have to panic just that little bit. Missing out on a point. We saw a couple in the first race, so they'll be looking onto results.auscycling.org.au for the official result to see if they've qualified into the final later this evening. They're going to come through this time and receive 14 laps to go. Pace is on. South Australia at the front in good position as they head down the back straight. Bryn McDonald, the Queenslander, getting himself up round the outside. Oh, a bit of a headbutt there from the South Australian on the Victorian, down the back straight. One for the commissaires to review, up round the outside, looking for the points. 5 riders trying to squeeze themselves into 4 spots. So we've got Lucas Schmidtke, 5 points. Omer Kamitsi, 5 points. Harvey Challoner, then Bryn McDonald, both on 3. Hunter Davis on 2. Oscar Pithi on 2. Joe Natoli on 2. So we've got half the field without a point here, so it's all going to come down to the final sprint for a few riders here to make sure they can get themselves into the final. You don't want to be down the back if you haven't scored a point in this one. The Tasmanian underway and moving beautifully as he rides himself off the front of the bunch. That's Fletcher Mason, so he's going to put it, or he's trying to put it beyond doubt as he comes into the home straight this time. Moving very nicely. Tasmanian doing nicely here. 1 or 2 riders needing to get themselves forward. They're going to come round and get the bell. The 2 New South Wales riders have got themselves up there now. The next to the West Australians, it looks like Neem Shah. Those couple of guys need to get themselves some points. The other West Australian moving forward, ACT. The Tasmanian hanging on. He's got to try and stay in there for a place here if he can. They'll come into the home straight. ACT's going to race up. Tasmania, no, not hanging on for the points. ACT round the outside, but I think the finishing place of our man from Tasmania will be enough. It will be enough to get him through on a count back with no points, but we'll go for the official result on results.org. results.auscycling.org.au. It was a quick bike race. Imagine what the final's going to be like, because that is coming up sometime in the next hour or so. Huge week of racing for these riders. We talk about it being a track championship. It's almost like a mini Tour de France, the amount of times these riders are up and down off their bikes. So Sydney Pickering, Omer Kamitsi, Lucas Schmidtke all got 5 points. Jet Stokes, Bryn McDonald, Harvey Challoner, all got 3. Then Niam Shah, Oscar Peter, Hunter Davis, Joe Natoli all got 2. Then Jackson McDonald on the 1. Then we had Fletcher Mason, possibly Joe Hewlett. But we'll wait for the official standings. They can find those out on results.auscycling.org.au. We are going to move on to our next heats, our next round of sprinting. And we're very shortly going to welcome back up onto the track Flynn Charman of WA and Adama Wadrago from Victoria. Charman is 1 race up in this best of 3. So Finn Charman's turned to roll away first this time. No pace on here. Charman likes to mix the tactics up, likes to really get serious about it. It's a good sprint in the first one to be able to come around a Dharma like that, because he's the time trial champion. You would have thought from a lead position he would have been in pretty good stead. Charman wanting to force him through the front again at this stage, this early stage. Wadrago is equal to the task here, pulls the bike up and stops it dead. Charman keeping the head turned to the left. But Wadrago, he lays off just a little bit more, pulls himself up. Charman's going to have to think of something else. They'll head to the back straight, 1.5 laps to go. No pace on at the moment. This is where you want to be behind, so you need to change the mindset, need to change the tactic. They head to the back straight this time. 1.5 laps to go. Charman looking at lap 1 tactics as he moves into lap 2. Wadrago out of the saddle. They'll come into the home straight this time. Plenty of track to use. The bell sounds. Charman with no pace on. Now he decides to go. Wadrago was caught in a trance and was just following the back wheel. It's going to be a drag race between these two down the back straight, and Wadrago looks pretty good. Charman from the front is getting stronger. Who's going to get into the final here? Charman leads into the home straight. Wadrago gives it away. Charman goes across the line into the final of the National Sprint Championship. Move on to race number 2, heat number 2 between Ethan Lee and Nino Durand. So they know who they have to ride in the final if they get there. Durand gave the sprint away in this first one. Couldn't match the pace of Lee. Lee's quite happy for this to be sped up a little bit. There's been a lot of waiting around all day. You'd be eager just to get this one over with and into the final. But you still have to pay attention. You still have to execute it perfectly to get there. Durand, who's been the aggressive, fast rider in all of these races, is now pulling it up in the home straight, putting pressure on. They head to the back straight this time. New Caledonian rider leading. Lee up round the outside. They'll come into the home straight this time. They'll receive 1 lap to go. Durand goes early. Ethan Lee won't be hating this idea. He'll be looking forward to getting in the slipstream and attacking him down the back straight. Can he get him? Took a while to get on top of the gear for Lee, but now he's moving as he comes into the home straight. Can he get there? Can he get there? Yes, he can. The Queenslander will go into the final against Flynn Charman from Western Australia. Race number 1, heat number 2, Oscar Winchester, Tyler Cuniff. Oscar Winchester is 1 race up. There's a good contest between these two in the first one, but Winchester once again showing too big, too strong. But Cuniff, love the way this young man races his sprints. Cuniff up round the outside here. Winchester goes from the front, has a bit of a look, not 100% committed just yet. Cuniff is though, as they go through the 200. Now Winchester elbow to elbow down the back straight. He's going to ride Cuniff off, and Cuniff, he just thinks about it, swings up, and that's it. Winchester will go through to the next ride. Tyler Cuniff thought better of it in the end, saved the legs. Can't get past this guy, not this year.
That's a Michael O'Neill. Can I just quickly get a confirmation for the women's under 17 team sprint? 4 heats. Fastest winner to the gold medal, fastest winner to the bronze medal, and Western Australia will ride by themselves for a time.
Okay, we move back on to our race between Ruben Shepherd and Tobias Zoe. Ruben Shepherd leads this contest. 1 up, 1 ride to 0. Ruben Shepherd, the New South Wales rider. I've seen Toby Zoe, he likes to come off the wheel. He also likes to ride very close to his opponent. Unfortunately, in the first ride, he rode just a little bit too closely, made contact. Both riders did very well to keep the bikes upright, but by making contact from the outside through the middle of the bend, it threw them both off their line, and Toby was relegated because of it. So he is now needing to win this one. They come into the home straight. 2 laps to go. Ruben Shepherd, he was the second fastest qualifier this morning. Toby Zoe was the third fastest. There's nothing really between them. They head down the back straight. Ruben Shepherd, and for the fact that he's got ride number 1 under his belt, he's going to have to go in this one now. Is there going to be a different tactic? Ruben Shepherd going out very early again. He's going to try and just use his superb strength and speed here. Tobias Zoe is trying to get in the slipstream. Not as close this time, but here he comes because Ruben Shepherd got him on the hip. They coming to the home straight. Ruben Shepherd's going to be too strong. Tobias couldn't quite get there. He'll have to ride for bronze. Ruben Shepherd is going to go into the final with Oscar Winchester. The two big men are going to fight it out for gold.
Pointer to Mike and Neil. Just a question with the women's under 17 team sprint. Round 2, heat 1, heat 2, heat 3, heat 4. I'm assuming the winner of each heat based on fastest times, but WA is based on the time they do as they're on their own. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm before I say the wrong thing. I'll be paying attention. I'm concentrating there. I saw you. Hello. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move now on to our under 15 individual pursuit championship of Australia, and this is the bronze medal final. We welcome in the back straight from Queensland, Bo Morfitt, and in the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Asher Crofts. Away now, 2,000 metres of the track between these two. On for the bronze medal here. Asher Crofts out to a nice little start over this first part of the journey. She'll come up to her first 2 laps as she goes through this time. Half a second in front of Beau Morfitt. Beau Morfitt, however, very fast towards the finish, so if she can hang on and be there and thereabouts with Asher, expect her to really sprint home. Asher's going to come into the home straight this time. Got a little bit of a lead. Nothing between them though. Couldn't get much closer. 0.00 between them as they went through that time. Beau Morfitt turning on the power a little bit here. Goes out to a bit of a lead in front of Asher. 0.17 through that first kilometre. Victorian coach asking for a little bit more here from Asher. 0.26 the difference. Beau Morfitt, the Queenslander, coming into the home straight, wanting to take advantage of the home crowd cheering. 0.15 between them all as she heads to the back straight. Both riders going to get 3 laps to go, and Crofts is lifting, goes back to the lead. 0.04 the difference now. The Victorian leads ever so slightly. Morfitt comes through. 0.53. Asher Crofts is lifting and lifting well here, the Victorian, as she comes through with 2 laps to go. She has changed gear and starting to ride away for the bronze medal here. What can Beau Morfitt do about it as she comes through with a lap and a half to go? There's enough time if she can lift. It goes out to almost 1.5 seconds now. Crofts will come into the home straight with 1 lap to go. The young lady from Victoria riding herself to a bronze medal here in the final of the bronze medal ride-off. Crofts with half a lap to go now. Victoria are going to take home another medal. She'll come into the home straight. Asher Crofts doing a beautiful ride here. She'll come across, bronze medal for the evening. She'll be happy with that. Great ride. Beau Morfitt will finish 4th in the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the women's under 15 pursuit gold final. In the back straight from New South Wales, we welcome Freya Ingwersen. In the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Juliet McDonald. This for the gold medal. Come round into the first lap here, and Ingwersen has gone out to a very quick start indeed. Went 8-2 quicker in that first lap. Not a lot between these two, but the Victorian was the quicker qualifier. Ingleson goes down the back straight. 1.3 seconds ahead of McDonald for now, but we're early on. Ingleson goes through again. 1.4, still just putting a little bit of time into the Victorian. They'll come round each with 5 laps to go this time. Ingleson still leading, but McDonald starting to peg back the distance. Ingleson again, McDonald coming back a little bit closer, coming back about 0.2 of a second every half lap now. They'll come through the first 1,000 metres. Ingleson still leads the way. It's now bound to 0.64 the difference as the Victorian is starting to lift. 3.5 laps to go. Ingleson still the lead, but it's now down to 0.3. McDonald into the home straight. This time will receive 3 laps to go. She's starting to peg back the New South Wales rider. 0.2. Ingleson showing some fight here, trying to lift. 2.5 laps to go for these two riders. Ingleson still, but only by 0.04. McDonald is coming home. 2 laps to go between these two. The Victorian is lifting, and lifting well. She goes to the lead by 0.17 now. Good calculated riding here by the Victorian. Can Freya lift and sprint back against her here? Nothing between them, but McDonald riding away now as she comes into the home straight. 1 lap to go for McDonald. She leads the national championship now by almost a second, just over a second for Julia McDonald as she heads down the back straight. The fastest qualifier gets half a lap to go. She's riding herself to the jersey and the gold medal. Get behind the Victorian as she comes into the home straight. Champion of Australia. Well, it's a packed program of racing for these riders this evening, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about to move on to our men's under 15 points race qualifying, heat number 1. And in this one, we welcome Adama Ouedraogo, Declan Zhang, Nino Durand, Peter Samuel, Adrian Zhang, Patrick Richardson and Noah Blaisley. In the sprinters lane, we will welcome Michael Moles, Flynn Sharman, Sean Bates, Jaden Matty, Ethan Lee and Jack Pentland. 2 riders will be eliminated from this. And I can tell you that all 4 riders in the Under 15 Sprint Championship are on the start line for this as well. So they're getting the equal billing on the track here. We've still got the Sprint Championship to come. 15 laps with sprints on laps 10 and 0. Get a point, you're going to go through, no 2 ways about it. So the first sprint in this one will come after 5 laps. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points for both sprints. Score a point, you're going to be safe. Don't score a point, you're going to have to be a long way forward in the final sprint. 2 riders will miss out on getting through. Peter Samuel leads them down the back straight. Ethan Lee is going to be fighting out the national sprint title shortly with the man who's sitting on the back, Flynn Sharman. And you've got the riders who are going to be sprinting for 3rd and 4th as well. Adama Wadrago and Nino Durand just down the back of the bunch. So they're getting to know each other in this one as well. We'll head down the back straight this time. 12 laps to go. Next time round will be the bell lap. Pace going up. Good tempo being set at the front here by the Queenslander. I head down the back straight. Somebody wanted to get forward. Track wasn't available for that move. Big sprint from the front here as they go through. Ethan Lee going to put it beyond a shadow of a doubt whether he gets points here. 2 of the other sprinters just getting dropped out the back here. Lee leading into the home straight. He's going to get rolled, but these first 4 across the line, Pentland being one of them. They'll score points. All they have to do is keep up now, and they're going to be into the final, so they just got to follow. Don't have to panic too much at all. Good sprinting by all 4. Peter Samuel tries to get himself off the front. Bit of a shake of a head. Sean Bates thinking about going with him. So Peter Samuel got to get on with it down the back straight though, because they're not going to chase him. Too much hard work. This is a qualifying ride, not the winner ride. This is a good ride by Samuel because the bunch is all sitting up. And get into a tempo now. The bunch comes through. The riders who have scored points, they can bring themselves to the back of the bunch. They can take the pressure off and just follow. They're safe. Peter Samuel, half a lap up. Doing it the hard way, but it's working so far. They'll start to come out. 1s and 2s coming out after Peter Samuel. Well, Adrian Zhang there in 4th wheel trying to get himself forward. Flynn Sharman, the West Australian. He'll be thinking about a race in a couple of races' time. Ethan Lee. He got himself some points and he's going to sit down the back of the bunch and just follow everybody else at the moment. Just look after the legs as best he can. And Peter Samuel having second thoughts about this now. He's going to come through with 5 laps to go. Decision time. Do I go on with it? Do I sit up and wait and then sprint? He's caught in 2 minds at the moment, the young man, but he's getting on with it now. Wadrago leads through. No pace on. Zhang following him. Then the next 2 Victorians, Tasmania, ACT, WA. Just 2 riders to miss out on this one, so it's going to be touch and go. 4 laps to go for Samuel, the bunch just coming into the main straight. So let's hope that Peters used his effort wisely, because he's probably going to have to lift over the next couple of laps just to make sure he's clear. There's a touch of wheels. We lose one of our New South Wales riders there, and that's inside 4 laps to go. So Jaden Matty is the rider who's touched down. He's not going to be able to get back in. It's inside 4 to go. So 1 rider is missed out, and it's going to be Jaden, unfortunately. Peter Samuel leads down the back straight. He's going to come in with 2 laps to go this time. Into the home straight. Adamo Ouedraogo on the front. Peter Samuel done it the hard way, but get behind this young man. He's going to make sure he makes the final here, because he's going to win this final sprint, and that will be more than enough to get him into the final, which isn't too far away. Ouedraogo leads through. 1 or 2 riders are going to have to get off the back of that bunch if they want to qualify here. Flynn Charman in strife at the moment. If he doesn't get past a couple of riders, he's going to find himself not qualified for the final. He sits up. I don't know if he's done the count correctly here. There's a couple of boys who are sat up. So we'll have to look at the overall standings. I think you'll find that Jaden Matty, who fell off, he's not going to qualify, and I got the feeling the West Australian Flynn Charman has missed out on the final as well by finishing on the back there, because the 2 behind him were Ethan Lee and Jack Pentland, and they had points. Only had to lose 2 riders. We move on to the rest of the program. We move on to our second qualifying ride now of our under 15 points race. We welcome our riders up onto the fence line. Casey Bunton from WA, Hudson Taylor from the ACT, Oliver Morris from New South Wales, Sebastian Uri from Queensland, Nate Roberts-Thompson from South Australia, and Leroy Bartlett from Victoria. Eden Pomard from New Caledonia, Lucas Stribic from New South Wales, Felix Henderson from Queensland, Joel Gooley from South Australia, Arav Desai from Victoria, and Thomas Perry from Victoria. 2 riders will be eliminated as per the first event. They go through 14 laps to go. Good tempo being set by this group. Just the simple way the draw works, none of the riders who are in the final four of the Sprint Championship are in this heat. They're all in the other heat. We'll come through this time with 12 laps to go. Tempo just being set. Looks like Nate Roberts Thompson at the front there. South Australian up round the outside. There's Lucas Stribic, the rider on the front, as they'll come into the home straight this time and receive the bell lap for the first sprint. Pace goes up, and indeed it is. As they go through the 200 down the back straight, it's Lucas Stribic. Broke the Australian record in the individual pursuit to win the title yesterday. And he won the scratch race as well. And the way he's looking in this one, he's going to set himself up for the points race championship tonight. He's got 5 points, doesn't have to worry about the next 10 laps, can go down the back of the bunch and just follow and watch and look after himself. Save the legs the best he can. All lined out as they go down the back straight this time. New Caledonia rider looking for a way round. He understands the importance of the points in this one. Arav Desai trying to get himself off the front because he didn't score any points in that first one. Stribic with the 5, Henderson got 3, Gooley got 2, and Leroy Bartlett got 1. All those guys have to do is keep up now and they'll be fine into the final. It's just 2 riders who will miss out here. And go through and head down the back straight. Six laps to go. And this the qualifying ride. Man up on the outside, 6. He's safe. South Australian just laying off the back. Doing the right thing here. He's safe as well. All he has to do is keep up. And he's doing that easily. He's just giving himself some room. Felix Henderson, number 10, the Queenslander. Just keeping himself at the back of the group. Just following a little bit here. He's safe. Leroy Bartlett. He's also safe. They head down the back straight. They're going to come through the home straight with 4 laps to go. Gooley, the South Australian, just riding at his own tempo. Quite happy to stay within range of the bunch, but he's got points. He's fine. Quite impressed by this. Intelligent riding. 4 laps to go. He's going to back himself that he's not going to lose a lap in these 4 laps. So, and ride good tempo. He can finish half a lap behind. It's not going to matter. New Caledonia off the front now, chasing. This is Eden Pomard chasing the points, that is. The rest of the field head down the back straight. And they're going to get 3.5 laps to go. Lucas Stribic using some energy up round the outside. Gooley laying off. 2 to go for the New Caledonia rider. This last sprint is important. Last 2 riders. There's going to be 2 riders miss out here. You can't be looking over your shoulder and seeing that there's 2 riders there because they've got points. Pomard's going to come through, chasing the 5 points. He's going to be safe into the final the way he's going here. We go back to the main field. And we just check the numbers of the ones going across the line. Forget the 2 out the back. They've got points. It's the back of the bunch you need to look at to see who may miss out here. Pomard's going to take the 5, no trouble at all. Stribic's going to get himself up for some more points. It's the last 2 here. It's almost like an elimination. ACT and Victoria in a little bit of trouble there as they go across the line. You'll be able to go on to results.auscycling.org.au for my money, Sebastian Uri got himself in there. But wait for the official results. You'll be able to find those on results.auscycling.org.au.
Bang. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's real good. That was beeping.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our women's under-17 team sprint round 2. We have 4 heats, very simple here. The winners will go through to the final 4 of each one of these heats. The winner of each of these heats will go through to the final 4. The fastest 2 times, well, they will ride for the gold medal. The 3rd and 4th fastest winners will ride for the bronze. Now, we've got 4 heats in all. We've got 2 teams in the first 3 heats and only 1 team in the 4th heat. That'll be Western Australia. They have the fastest time in qualifying so far. So what they need to do is they're going to be riding for a medal regardless, but they have to ride a time in the heat, and whatever their time is will put them into whatever gold medal or bronze medal ride. So they have to ride absolutely flat out. All we know is that they are definitely going to be riding for a medal. What colour? We're not sure just yet. They've got to ride first. We move on to the first heat, and we welcome in the back straight the Australian Capital Territory, made up of Annika Astridge, Maya Turi-Schmidt and Evelyn Power. And in the home straight, please welcome Queensland, Madeline Douglas-Savage, Hannah Walters and Elise Vaughan. Whistle, whistle, whistle. There's a whistle in the home straight. Queensland. Stop Queensland. Flag out for Queensland. There we go. They stopped. Sorry for the extra noise. Didn't want the kids to make an effort if they have to come back to the start line. So we welcome our teams back to the start line. In the back straight, the ACT, Anika Astridge, Evelyn Power, Maya Schmidt. In the home straight, Queensland, Madeline Douglas-Savage, Hannah Walters, and Elise Vaughan. Whistle again. There's a whistle on the start again. So we'll leave this one to the commissaires. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a false start for a second time in the back straight. ACT unfortunately leave the track, and Queensland will ride for a time because it's the winners. The fastest 4 winners can ride for the medals. The fastest 2 of those 4 winners ride for the gold. So Queensland will now come back onto the track and ride by themselves to try and set the fastest time they can to see whether they will ride in the bronze medal ride-off or the gold medal ride-off. Unfortunate for the ACT. We wish them all the best for the next race as they come out. It's a tough life at national level. They'll miss out. Queensland, 20 seconds to start. Madeline Douglas-Savage, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan. Well, it's unfortunate. I'm talking to everyone on AusCycling, the AusCycling YouTube channel, so very unfortunate. Pressure's on here for the under-17 women in the team sprint, isn't it? You're seeing the vision. So we've already lost the ACT to 2 false starts, and now we've had one of our riders fall out of the gate, unfortunately. Pressure. Pressure does amazing things to a person in these situations. Gate will come back out onto the track. Of course, these riders, they are elite, but they're under 17 elites. They're not the elite best of the best at the top level. These are our best under 17. So dealing with kids, and pressure is a privilege, but sometimes you can just do without it, can't you? We're going to welcome them back up onto the start line now. Okay, we get Queensland back up into the start gate. We welcome once again Madeline, Hannah and Elise to get themselves underway looking to set the fastest time they possibly can here tonight on AMV. We're away. Queensland underway, looking to set the fastest time they can to get themselves up into the gold medal ride-off if they can. If they don't get to the gold medal ride-off, they ride off for bronze because they're going to win this heat as they're the only ones there now. So they've got to set the time. They go through, work to do. Moving nicely down the back straight here, Queensland. They're going to come into the home straight this time. Maddie Douglas-Savage is going to get underway and try and really lift the pace and get her team up into the top 2 times. We've got 3 heats still to come. You saw the pressure that we've had this first heat under. She'll come into the home straight this time, the Queenslander. She'll come up, stop the clock. 56.643. See where that holds them. Will that get them into the gold medal ride, or will they be riding for bronze? We move on to heat number 2 now. We welcome in the back straight the Victoria A team. This is Sharvie Tanksall, Isla Shaw and Nicola Morris. In the home straight, we welcome the team of South Australia, Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Moffat and Monica Siebert. Winner goes to the medal ride-offs. Away now in heat number 2. South Australia, the faster qualifiers of this pairing this afternoon. They're moving nicely. They're the 3rd quickest of our teams. What can they do here? Can they get themselves up into the top 2 times? Moving nicely. No surprise here. South Australia lead over the top of the Victorian team. Fastest time on the boards at the moment, 56.643 Queensland. South Australia come through with 1 lap to go. Moving nicely, sprinting well, heading down the back straight. Quickest time out of the ones we've seen so far. South Australia will come into the home straight and stop the clock. 56.143, half a second quicker than Queensland, but still very, very close. So we've still got 3 teams to ride, looking for the top 2 into the final. We now move on to heat number 3. We welcome in the back straight the Victoria B team. This is Amelia Jurivkova, Natalie Dixon and Gabriela Roja Rodriguez. In the home straight we welcome Allegra Beretov, Gianna Gallagher and Erin Prince. They were the second quickest team this afternoon. Victoria away in the back straight. New South Wales away beautifully together again, like they were this afternoon. They were only a second away from the West Australian team in qualifying this morning, so we've seen pressure do different things here today to riders. New South Wales just want to go through the motions here and execute a fine race and get themselves up into the gold medal ride-off. Put the pressure on the defending champions if they can, who are yet to ride, yet to get into the gold medal ride-off. But New South Wales leading this one comfortably. They're the fastest time out on track at the moment. They'll come in with 1 lap to go. New South Wales, quickest time of what we've seen so far. They rode a 55 this afternoon. Western Australia rode a 54. What can New South Wales do here as they come into the home straight? Can they go top time and get themselves into the gold medal ride? They can. 55.162. Nice ride for New South Wales. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one team to go for qualifying here at the moment. The fastest 3 teams so far, New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland. They'll all be riding for medals. Now, Western Australia will ride by themselves. They are the fastest qualifying team to this point. However, they have to execute the ride perfectly well first and foremost, because you do have to change in certain areas on the track, and then they have to be the fastest team. They're the defending champions from last year. They've got a new member, Ella Smith, as the starter. She was the under-15 sprint and time trial champion last year. And the rider missing from this team is Viana Najafian, who's gone up to the under-19 ranks. But Sienna Tinkler and Ava Rogers, they're looking for title number 2 here if they can get it. Away nicely, the West Australian team. They've just got to take the task on here. Do what they know they can do. Get themselves into the gold medal ride-off. Both Tinkler and Rogers have still got the individual pursuit finals to come. Smith doing what she does best. Gets them away and gets out the way. Quickest start of the night in the under-17s. This is the qualifying ride to get into the medals, get into the final. Rogers leads the way. She'll be riding for the bronze in the individual pursuit shortly. She gets up out the way. They're still gone to number 2 there on the second lap. Tinkler with some work to do. That's the sort of thing we talk about with pressure. New South Wales with the fastest time up until now. Can Tinkler bring WA into the lead as they come up and stop the clock? She sure can. 54.701. So Western Australia will go to the gold medal ride and they'll ride against New South Wales. But just for the statisticians at home, New South Wales has improved half a second quicker than this afternoon to be within half a second now of Western Australia. We have got a great final ahead of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go sprinting. We move on to the men's under 15 bronze medal final, and we welcome our riders up onto the Velodrome. This will be the best of three race, and we have Nino Durand from New Caledonia racing against Adama Ouedraogo from Victoria. Best of three heats. Ouedraogo leads away. He knows he has to lead at a walking pace now. Nothing between these two. Now, Ouedraogo won the time trial the other night, and Nino got third in the individual pursuit. So you've got two very good boys here. There wasn't too much between them in the qualifying in the 200-metre flyer here this morning. Less than 0.1 of a second, around 0.1 of a second. So tactics are plenty. Good contests from all of our divisions this week. This is what we come to see all the time with our 15s and 17s national championships. They all tend to ride everything and really take on the racing. They race everything, which is why we tend to see the racing mixed around, the wins mixed around a little bit, which is what we want. Keep the kids racing. No pace on. Into the home straight this time. Going to get the bell, and as soon as he hears the bell, Nino reacts. Now, what can Adama do? Is he in the slipstream? Is he laying off? Nino has blown his doors off down the back straight. This is his first one. Nino's going to take the first one. He's going to go one ride up in the bronze medal ride. So the New Caledonia man is having a ball this week in Australia. We move on to the final of the under-15 Sprint Championship of Australia. We'll welcome our riders up onto the track. Representing Queensland, please welcome Ethan Lee. Representing Western Australia, please welcome Flynn Charman.
I'll go down for that camera.
So Charman was the faster qualifier, around about 0.2 of a second quicker than Lee, but Lee, he sprints very nicely, sprints more like a known sprinter, technique sprinter, comes off the wheel nicely, gets in there for a real rough and tumble, as with Charman tending to just use the strength and the power and the speed. No pace on as they come into the home straight. Lee, nice slow lead against the West Australian. No pace at the bottom of the track here. Lee moves up to the top this time, seeing if he can entice Flynn forward. Hasn't worked for him so far. Now they drop back to the bottom of the track. We've seen the inside line be the most successful here today. Lee is underway. Flynn Charman waiting for a bigger invitation. Now gets a little bit closer. Flynn Charman moves first. He kicks out from home, and now he really uses that speed and power we saw in qualifying. But don't forget, Ethan Lee is from Queensland, and one thing they can do is they can use a slipstream beautifully on this velodrome. Lee coming at Charman as they come into the home straight. Charman trying to hang on. Lee coming at him. Charman hanging on. They go to the line. We will leave that to the official photo. Lee threw the bike beautifully at the line, but I think you'll find it's going to be Flynn Charman on the inside. We'll wait for the official up on the scoreboard. It's Ethan Lee with the throw. The Queenslander takes race number 1. Very, very well-timed throw. The photo coming up onto the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. There is nothing in that at all. You can barely see a width of paper between the two. But Ethan Lee, paper was in his favour. We move on now to our under-17 sprint championship. And the ride-off for the bronze medal, we welcome onto the track representing South Australia. This is Tyler Corniff. His opponent from Western Australia is Tobias Zoe. Third and fourth qualifiers, third and fourth is what they're racing for now. A good day of sprinting. It's been a long day of sprinting. We're going to finish off with individual pursuing, team sprinting and points races. Tobias Zoe leads down the back straight. Only has to go at a walking pace, but he does have to go at a walking pace before he gets over that halfway line. Tyler Corniff, I've been impressed with the way he is. He's going to be very similar to Tobias Zoe. Both these guys are more the pure technique sprinters, the way they race. They've both been unsettled by two much larger, stronger, faster guys in this age division. Corniff leads through, trying to keep a good eye on where Zoe is. We head down the back straight. Corniff doesn't want to get enticed into going too early here. He starts to back into Zoe. Zoe moves down, gets track position. Nice riding here by the West Australian. Keeping Corniff up high, up round the outside though. Corniff gets underway. But Zoe has right of way in the sprinter's lane, and being underneath can be such the advantage here today as we've seen. But Corniff has taken him on all the way around the bend. Can he get up round the outside? Zoe takes full advantage of the inside run, and that was the difference. So Toby Zoe takes race number 1. Good racing. We move on now to the final of the Under-17 Sprint Championship. We welcome up onto the track from Queensland, Oscar Winchester, and from New South Wales, Ruben Shepherd. Ruben Shepherd is getting overtaken by Oscar Winchester now. We'll start to build up pace. These are the top two in the qualifying. 11-1, 11-2. Two very fast men. They'll come into the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Ruben Shepherd trying to move down the track. Oscar Winchester says, no, I'm happy to stay here. They avoid coming together nicely. They head down the back straight. Shepherd trying to start the sprint. Winchester trying to hold him off. Good riding there by Shepherd. He's forced Winchester down the bottom of the track and made him go early. Good riding by Shepherd. Now he's in the slipstream, but can he get out of it? Nobody else has been able to do it against Winchester here today. They'll come through the bend. Winchester at the bottom of the track, going from the front. Shepherd was able to get to the hip, but he's not going to get past it. Very strong, methodical ride there by Oscar Winchester. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next race, and it is the bronze medal final of the individual pursuit for the under-17 women in the back straight. We welcome Ava Rogers. In the home straight, we welcome Sienna Goulding. And away here in the bronze medal ride-off, 2,000 metres of the track. Sienna Goulding is the third fastest qualifier. Ava Rogers the fourth. There was about a second or so between them today. Big night of racing. Let's talk about it, because Ava Rogers is now up in the individual pursuit. She's just done 2 team sprints. So now she's going to try and win the bronze medal here and then come out in the final of the team sprint in about half an hour's time. So a big evening of racing for some of these riders. Sienna Goulding, not in the team sprint, concentrating on this individual pursuit. And she leads this by nearly a second over the first part of the journey. Sienna Goulding setting a very good tempo indeed as she heads into the home straight this time with 5 laps to go. Second and a half the difference. Sienna Goulding's turned up to play for this bronze medal here this evening. Nearly 2 seconds of difference now. Rogers, as she heads towards the back straight. The coach just showing her the schedule at the moment. The way that Sienna Goulding is going, she's riding to a bronze medal. I think heavy legs from the team sprint making the difference here for Ava Rogers. She was the 4th qualifier. She's looking like she's going to end up 4th in the pursuit anyway. As Goulding heads down the back straight, still riding away from Ava Rogers. Rogers has just come off the track with 2 rides, and she's got to get up for another one very shortly. Big program of racing for these riders. Goulding goes through, 2 laps to go. So they're going to get Rogers in her sights here. Rogers, I think, being sensible now. She was trailing by 1.5 seconds as they came into this ride. Goulding was the rider with the faster time. She's going to get 1 lap to go here. Ava Rogers is going to finish 4th in the National Pursuit Championship as an under-17. It's a good day out for her. She medalled in the scratch race. She was up there in the points race, but Sienna Goulding, Queensland, are going to come into the home straight, and she's going to take the bronze medal here. She goes across 2:34.146 for Sienna. Ava Rogers will head to the back straight and cross the line. And she'll try and get herself ready for the final of the team sprint.
Scoreboard for me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the final of the women's under-17 pursuit gold medal ride. Welcome in the back straight from New South Wales, Juno Smith. In the home straight, we welcome from Western Australia, Sienna Tinkler. Sienna Tinkler broke the national record this afternoon and went from 2:28 down to 2:26 to find herself here in the final this evening. Away in the final now. What are we going to see here? Juno Smith hasn't ridden the team sprint. Sienna Tinkler, she's ridden 2 rounds and she's been the difference for the team. So Juno Smith, I reckon, is going to come out real hard in this one and try and take Tinkler on and see if she can crack her. There's 6 seconds between them though. Is Tinkler going to go for another national record here? It's beautiful conditions. Or is she going to do just what she needs to do to win the gold medal? Juno Smith taking the attitude, I'm going to take you on and try and beat you. With fresh legs, they head back to their start-finish points, and Tinkler trails Smith at the moment by 0.06. Juno Smith has come out to play in this final here, the New South Wales rider. 0.05, just in front of Tinkler. Tinkler will come through, 5 laps to go. She goes to the lead now, the West Australian. 0.1 of a second up. It's a big day of racing. She heads to the back straight. Still now starting to go away from Juno Smith. 0.48 for the West Australian. She comes through the home straight this time. Moving nicely through the first 1,000 metres in a 1:16. She's a couple of seconds off the record that she did this afternoon. Riding an intelligent bike race here because she's got a final to come in the team sprint afterwards. But Sienna Tinkler is riding her way to another national championship here. She was second in the scratch race. She won the sprint. She won the time trial. She's in the final of the team sprint in about half an hour. And now she's on her way to winning the individual pursuit as well, the girl from Western Australia. She comes through with 2 laps to go. Still being asked for a little bit more from the coach. Down the back straight now, Tinkler. She's going to have Juno Smith in her sights. So it's a good start from Juno. She took her on. She didn't lie down. It was a great ride. Tinkler goes through 2:11 with 1 to go. It's a good ride here. This is how you win a national title. You smash the national record in the afternoon and then you clearly win the final. And she comes into the home straight this time. Sienna Tinkler is another national title this week, and it's the individual pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just preparing ourselves for the first of our presentations. Maybe 1 or 2 riders desperate for a little bit of a break, as we still have the team sprint to come. And Sienna Tinkler is a part of that, so is Ava Rogers. And Tinkler's going to make her way over to the presentations to get another gold medal and jersey. Somehow, in there, somewhere, she's going to loosen the legs up and be ready for the team sprint final. Remember, New South Wales, they were 1 second behind this afternoon in qualifying, and now they've closed it up to about half a second in the second qualifying ride. The rest of the West Australian team, except for Ella Smith, have ridden in the individual pursuit, so we are going to have a absolute cracker of a final in the under-17 team sprint. Before we get there, we're going to get to our presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the presentation now for our Women's Under-15 Individual Pursuit Championship of Australia. To present the medals, once she stops pushing them around, will be Louise Jones, our event director. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Victoria, Asha Crofts. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Freya Ingwersen. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Victoria, Juliet McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome now our individual pursuit presentation of our under-17 women's category. And in third place, representing Queensland, and the winner of the bronze medal, Sienna Goulding. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing New South Wales, Juno Smith. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Western Australia, Sienna Tinkler. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to the bronze medal final of the junior women's 17 team sprint. We welcome the team in the back straight. The team of Madeline Savage, Douglas Savage, Elise Vaughan, Hannah Walters. We welcome in the home straight Blackwell, Siebert and Moffat from South Australia. They're away now. Nice clean start. South Australia away nicely. Queensland second rider just struggling a little bit out of the blocks with some work to do. South Australia moving nicely. They were the third fastest qualifiers and they lead in this bronze medal ride-off. They head into the home straight. South Australia, they've got the lead over the top of Queensland. Their lead rider got enough time to sit up and yell at her teammates and encourage them. They lead ever so slightly. It's a chance for Queensland because they're going to finish off with Maddie Douglas Savage, and she is very, very fast. South Australia lead though. They head down the back straight. Moving beautifully, the South Australians. Savage, Douglas Savage is flying though as she comes through the 200. She is absolutely motoring. Queensland trying to get up with a medal. Just South Australia. 0.18 in the end. What a finish by Queensland. Superb riding, but South Australia will go home with the bronze medal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the final of the Junior Women's 17s gold medal race. We welcome in the back straight the team from New South Wales, Allegra Beretov, Erin Prince and Jenna Gallagher. In the home straight, we welcome the team of Western Australia, Ava Gidget-Rogers, Ellis Smith and Sienna Tinkler. They're away now. WA changed the lineup. They put Rogers at number 1, Ellis Smith at number 2 as they get away. Tinkler still number 3. New South Wales into the home straight. WA lead over the first half lap. They'll come into the home straight. This is a good start for Rogers. She's just finished right in the individual pursuit. And WA lead, and the young rider, Ella Smith, the first year under 17, leads down the back straight in front of Sienna Tinkler. And they lead, but they only lead by a tiny amount. It's only 0.18. Tinkler's going to have to bring out her best here as they go through their dead level. WA trail with a lap to go. New South Wales in front. WA need to lift. They go through their dead level. Western Australia need to lift into the home straight. Sienna Tinkler, she's going to do it. They're going to win again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, talk about a final. New South Wales made big improvements throughout the afternoon. They led in the finale, and the two West Australians have just finished riding the individual pursuit, and now they are back-to-back team sprint champions again. So to all of our AusCycling YouTube viewers, you can see the riders up on the start line. However, our commissaires are being run ragged here. They've been down below, taking care of the team sprint. Now a couple of our commissaires have to get back up into the grandstand to man the cameras for this event. So a couple of moments. The riders are very keen to get up. Nino Durand is one race up against Adama Wadrago from Victoria. As soon as our commissaires are in place, they'll get the nod. But how about Western Australia? And especially Sienna Tinkler and Ava Rogers. There was about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There wouldn't be much more between the presentation and going up after the individual pursuit. We're underway now in ride number 2 of our under 15 sprint finals. Nino Durand is one ride up. Adama Wadrago needs to win this one. Straightforward. This one at the moment as Nino leads through. They're going to come up to get 1 lap to go. He's going to back the strength here. It's been a big day of sprinting, a big day of racing. We started racing here today at 10 a.m. as they get underway and through the 200. With Drago trying to get up around the hip. He's not going to be able to do it here. Nino is too strong from the front and he's going to ride away with the medal. Happy with that. 2 bronze medals this week for Nino on this Meares Velodrome. Takes the bronze medal. But being the national championship, Adamant with Drago will also receive the bronze medal as he is in the Australian Championship, and Nino will get a bronze medal to take home with himself. We'll see them both on the podium as we did in the individual pursuit. Here we go, race number 2, the men's under 15 sprint final. We've got Flynn Charman and Ethan Lee. And Ethan Lee is 1 race up by the width of a piece of paper in that first one. It was perfectly timed. Magnificent throw on the line, the Queenslander. Flynn Charman, he's pretty chilled. Just fixing his glasses as he heads down the back straight. Now has a look over the shoulder, realises in a bike race. Ethan Lee following him. Flynn Charman, impressed with how he's ridden today. Just pulls up on the banking. There've been 2 minds about letting Ethan Lee try and come off the wheel because of what Lee has just been able to produce. Look at racing here by these 2 guys. This is the under 15 category. Magnificent. But not able to do it. It's going to get a whistle. It's going to come back to the start. Back to the start line, riders. Back to the start line. We go again. Flynn Charman leads away. Just the walking pace for the first half lap. That's all he's got to do. Raises to the top of the banking. Wants to put a bit of pressure on here onto Ethan Lee. See the same again. Ethan Lee is equal to the task. Ethan Lee says, my legs hurt, I'm going to start rolling. Good riding here by the Queensland. Takes the initiative. Now he's going to dictate terms to the West Australian as they come into the home straight with 2 laps to go. No pace as they go on the stayers line underneath the scoreboard here at Meares Velodrome. What an occasion for these 2 riders riding for the National Sprint Championship. What an opportunity. Ethan Lee starts to build up from a lap and a half out here, and he's underway. Ethan Lee, he is committed. Flynn Charman got a bit of work to do. Now he starts to move now. Ethan Lee well and truly flying. Flynn Charman is struggling, but Ethan Lee has a big look over the shoulder. Oh, it's opened the door for Charman. Can Charman get there? He's getting around Ethan Lee into the home straight. Charman's definitely going to get there. Flynn Charman takes race number 2 with a big look over the shoulder from Ethan Lee. I thought Flynn Charman was gone for all money there, but he got himself the win. They're going to come back for ride number 3. We come back now to our bronze medal ride-off for our under-17 men. We welcome back the rider from South Australia, Tyler Cuniff. His opponent is Tobias Zoe, and he is 1 race up in this best of 3. Nothing much between these two. Very impressed with how they sprint. Really looking forward to seeing how these two guys develop as they move through the under-19 and elite ranks. We talk about 2032 and you think of the age groups and the age differences of riders. It's these last year under-17s and our under-19s at the moment we really need to be paying a lot of attention to see who's got the goods, because by the time we get to 2032, 6 years from now, these are the riders we could be screaming for during the Olympic Games. Cuniff leads down the back straight. Zoe following him, laying off. Good tactics, good sprinting between these two. They'll come into the home straight with the bell lap. Cuniff trying to taunt Zoe into going early. Zoe using the track and getting his speed up. Hops the front wheel as he goes down to the bottom of the track. They move to the back straight this time, and Toby Zoe unleashes through the bend. Up round the outside, Cuniff still fighting on into the home straight. They'll go to the line. Toby Zoe will take the win. We move on now to the gold medal final. Good to see the boys shaking hands in the back straight. Good sportsmanship. They're going to get to race against each other for many years to come, when we get the impression, and they may even ride for Australia together. Oscar Winchester from Queensland is 1 ride up in this best of 3 final. His opponent is Reuben Shepherd. They roll away. We come into the home straight. Winchester leads the way. Keeping a good eye on his opponent. Head down the back straight. Shepherd trying to build up pace. This is very similar to the first ride. We'll start to come into the home straight. This time Winchester just trying to hold him up. This has been very polite, fair sprinting between these two. They now drag race through the 200, but Winchester accelerates underneath. The inside run for Winchester, that's all he needs here. He's going to be too strong against Reuben Shepherd up the home straight. Both riders Both riders can just wear pride on their chest today because they've ridden exceptionally well, fair racing all day long. They'll come to the home straight. Put your hands together for our gold and silver medalists, Oscar Winchester, Ruben Shepherd. Congratulations, gentlemen. That was an excellent performance. There is no rest for anyone tonight. We are moving into the men's under 17 points race final. We welcome our riders lining up on the fence. Sydney Pickering, New South Wales. Riley Dixon, Queensland. Joshua Moore from New South Wales. Jet Stokes from New South Wales. Will Sheringham, New South Wales. Harvey Challoner, New South Wales. Hugo Alcock from New South Wales. Harrison Dowling from Queensland. Cruz Kemps from Queensland. Maximus Moore from Victoria. Jackson McDonald from the ACT. Fletcher Mason from Tasmania. They're on the fence line. In the sprinters lane, we welcome Jack Panozzo from Victoria. Omer Kamitsi from Victoria. Luca Schmidtke from South Australia. Sid Natira from Tassie. Bryn McDonald from Queensland. Thomas Brinkley from South Australia. Niam Shah from WA. Oscar Pither from Tasmania, Hunter Davis from Queensland, Joe Natoli from Victoria, Ewan Brown from Victoria, and Matteo Boudier from Western Australia. 24 riders in all, 50 laps of the track, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points, no double points on the last, 10 points if you take a lap, 10 points if you lose the lap. This is going to be a fast bike race. Going to go through with 46 laps to go now. Good solid tempo, not absolutely flat out. One or two riders just a little bit wary of the distance. And of course, these guys have had a big day of racing. We started racing here this morning at 10 a.m. in Queensland. It's now 7:34. So that gets into the energy levels somewhat. We're coming to the home straight. Liam Shah from WA swinging up. Have a look through the field for one or two of the bigger named riders here. Just trying to pick out. I think he's moved himself up into the middle of the bunch. Just trying to pick out one or two. They come through with 43 laps to go. Under 17s. It resembles more of an elimination race at the moment, the way they're spread out across the track. Next time through, they'll have 42 laps to go. 42 laps to go, it means they're going to start to speed up, because they're all going to start to try and get in position to win the first sprint of the race. These sprints are all important. The 5 points, so important in these short races. They step out down the back straight now. The pace well and truly up, and it's the West Australian Boudier who gets himself up and around early in this sprint. He takes a few with him. He's got a little bit of a gap now. Has he got the legs to hang on here? He's got Jet Stokes. Oh no, the New South Wales riders going backwards. Queensland going up to Boudier. Boudier starting to go backwards through the bend. Queensland going to come up round the outside, and Boudier's going to hang on for the second. Great ride. Riley Dixon takes the 5 points. Matteo Boudier gets the 3. And then we go back through. We'll wait for the official result. Now, where's the next Cameron Meyer? Where's the attack after the sprint has finished? No one willing. Everyone just wants to catch their breath. Tasmania comes to the front. The attack goes now from South Australia. I think it's Lucas Schmidt who got them going. So it was Riley Dixon who took the points. Matteo Boudier took the 3. Harrison Dowling took 2. And Omer Kamitsi took 1 point. Attack in the home straight, this time from the man from the ACT. This is Jackson McDonald. They all look over the shoulder. Jackson has a look over the shoulder as well. You can't believe they gave him the gap so quickly. So now he's got to commit. Good riding here from Jackson. New South Wales comes to the front, setting good tempo. Josh Moore swings up. Short, sharp turns, order of the day. Drop in, get a position. Jackson McDonald, pace is up. They're chasing him. Smart riding here from the rider from the ACT. Sees that they're chasing. You can't ride at that pace for too long. We'll drop back towards the main field. They move down the back straight. South Australian up round the outside on the red bike. Thomas Brinkley. Been impressed with how he rides in these races, especially in the qualifiers. See if you can replicate something in one of these finals. They'll come through this time with 33 laps to go. The entire crowd letting everyone know when somebody's attacking, so I don't have to let you know. Thomas Brinkley, the rider from South Australia, gets underway. But the main peloton are chasing and lined out. And he comes through this time with 32 laps to go. Big chase on from the main field. It's not really going to suit the riders doing the actual chasing. They're going to get caught out terribly when it comes to the sprint. And Shah swings to the top of the track. Now they need to start diving back down and making position real quick, because the bell is about to sound. They're coming to the home straight this time. Victoria moved to the front. Omer Kamitsi, who got points in the first one, taking them on. Around the outside, it's all Victoria and Queensland as they come into the home straight this time. Good sprinting all the way through. Goes across the line. Maximus Moore takes the 5 points. We wait for the rest. The attacks start to go from the front of the group once again. Harvey Challoner, New South Wales. So, Maximus Moore, he took the 5 points. Then Riley Dixon took 3. Omer Kamitsi took 2. Harrison Dowling took the 1. So Riley Dixon leads the bike race on 8 points. The attack underway now, though. Josh Moore, he's got Luca Schmidtke for company and his teammate as well. I'll pick the number up when they come through. Another one of the New South Wales riders going. It's all lined out this time. 1 or 2 people gagging for air. They come through this time in the home straight. Harvey Challoner, and now the next of the New South Wales riders to get across was Jet Stokes. Now the Queenslander McDonald, he gets across on the orange bike, and the next of our Tasmanian riders moves himself on the Sid Natera, who gets himself across. So Riley Dixon from Queensland is the leader of the bike race on 8 points. Then Maximus Moore has 5. Harrison Dowling from Queensland has 3. Omer Kamitsi 3. And Matteo Boudier has 3. They're the riders with points at the moment. We've had 2 sprints. And we've got 3 to come as they go through with 25 laps to go. We've lost the ACT rider, McDonald. We seem to have dropped Liam Shah out the back from WA as well. The pace goes up again from the front. New South Wales on the charge here this evening as Sid Pickering gets on with the job at hand. They all start to swing up the track though. Victoria going on with it now down the back straight. Queensland coming to the front. They lead the bike race. They've got to chase. 23 laps to go. New South Wales leads through. Ewan Brown trying to go across and get himself across to Pickering. See if they can come together. The rest of the field starting to swing up a little bit if these two can get together. South Australia chasing though. This is a very quick bike race now, isn't it? It's a chase after chase. It looks more like resembling a Madison without partners. They're chasing everything at the moment. They'll come through this time and receive the bell. Ewan Brown leads into the home straight from Victoria. He's been chased as they go out of the home straight though by Josh Moore of New South Wales, who hasn't got 5 points yet. He needs them though to get himself up into this bike race. Thomas Brinkley up round the outside from South Australia as well. Then we've got the rest of the Tasmanians, both Tasmanians getting involved. Natera, both the Tasmanians, I think it was Natera possibly. Might have been Pither. 4 riders on the front. Liam Shah into the home straight, the West Australian. I think he's going to go down another lap here. Breakaway starting to form as we've got 3 groups on this track. They head down the back straight. South Australia, 2 from New South Wales, 2 from Tasmania. Queensland trying to come across and protect this race lead. Waiting for the updated points to see where we sit. 18 laps to go, just the 2 sprints. Josh Moore took the 5, Thomas Brinkley 3, Sid Natera took 2, and 1 went to Oscar Pither. Riley Dixon is still the leader of the bike race on 8 points. Queensland on the charge in the home straight once again as he goes through. Harrison Dowling, who's on 3 points in this bike race. Riley Dixon, the leader of the bike race on the front of the group, leads down the back straight. Harrison Dowling into the home straight, trying to get himself half a lap up at the moment, moving nicely, moving with a lot of pace. Liam Shah, the West Australian, going down again there. But Riley Dixon just setting a tempo on the front of the group here. He's the leader of the bike race on 8 points. His teammate is now half a lap up. Good pace being set here by Dowling. This is an all-out effort for the lap, there's no doubt about that. New South Wales come back around the outside, trying to get themselves up to the front. Challoner set the pace down the back straight, just to lift it up a little bit. They'll come through this time with 14 laps to go, and Dixon on the front, Brinkley coming up round his outside. The South Australian will never lie down. Great pace here by Dowling. He is not slowing down at all. It's the bunch that's yo-yoing. Dowling hasn't stopped yet. Down the back straight he goes. Brinkley is chasing with everything he's got. Then you got Josh Moore, who was second in the bike race. He launches himself off the front down the back straight. Josh Moore, because he's on 5 points. Dowling heads down the back straight. He's going to get this next 5 point sprint. That's a given. Josh Moore, he's going to get reeled in by the main peloton here. Dowling, they're forgetting about though. He comes through with 1 lap to go to the 5 points here, Dowling. It's a tough, hard race. The Victoria start to lead off the front of the group well. Maximus Moore, he's on 5 points as well. This is going to come down to the final sprint. Maximus Moore is getting chased by the rest of the field down the back straight though. He's going to get a move on. Dowling takes 5. He'll go up onto 8. If Moore can hang on for the 3, he'll go up onto 8 as well. The sprint for the minor placings, we'll get the update on those. It was Jet Stokes who came through. The update on points is going to have it in my mind. We're going to have 3 riders on 8 points possibly here with just 1 sprint to go. Dixon, Moore and Dowling. Indeed it is. We've got Riley Dixon, Harrison Dowling and Maximus Moore all on 8 points. Then we've got Josh Moore on 5, Omer Kamitsi on 4. 3 riders on 8 points. We've got 8 laps to go and it's 5, 3, 2 and 1 on the last sprint. No double points in this bike race as it's only 50 laps. Quite literally anybody's bike race of those first 4 or 5 riders, because Josh Moore's on 5 points, Omer Kamitsi's on 5 points. The attacks start to go off the front again. Queensland on the charge as they go through, and it's Riley Dixon, I think it is, as he heads down the back straight. Big effort here because he's on 8 points. He's going to come through with 6 laps to go. He thinks better of it. You can see they're chasing. He gets tactical very, very quickly. Dixon. It was Cruz Kemp. Sorry, it wasn't Riley Dixon. Sorry to get everyone excited. It was Cruz Kemp who'd had the attack. They'll come through with 5 laps to go. It hasn't changed anything. 8 points each to the top 3 riders. The numbers we're looking for, 66, 73 and 93. They head down the back straight and 66 has got himself up into position, has he? Riley Dixon into the home straight, 4 laps to go. He's starting very early. They're all still with him. Dixon leads through. Maximus Moore, number 93. He gets himself up there. Dixon just leaving the front of the bunch a little bit too far away from the front end here. They'll come into the home straight. Tasmania lead through. 91 is Omer Kamitsi. They'll head to the back straight. Another attack coming from Queensland, and this is Bring McDonald. He hasn't got a point in the bike race yet, but he's going to try and take the 5 points away from everybody else at 2 to go. The numbers we're looking for in the bunch are 66, 73 and 93. They're the ones who are all on the points as they head down the back straight. Good piece of racing here. McDonald is going to come into the home straight with 1 lap to go. Victoria on the front as they go through. The riders head down the back straight, but none of the riders on points are really there. They'll come into the home straight this time, looking for the 5 points. Who's it going to be as they go to the line? 5 points to Victoria, Jack Panozzo, as he goes through. The first 4 across the line, however, I don't think are going to make a difference to the first 3 on 8 points. I've got a feeling from what I saw flash across the line, nobody in the top 3 on 8 points scored a point. I'm just having a double look at the numbers. So this is going to go on a count back. We'll wait on the judges. What a finish to a bike race. Without the updated points, I make it that we've got 3 riders who have finished on 8 points here. Dixon, Dowling and Maximus Moore. It's going to go to a count back. We wait with bated breath to see who has won this points race. But we don't turn it off because we've still got the 15-point race to come. If you want the official results, go to results.auscycling.org.au, but we will give you the official results here as soon as I have them, as soon as the judges give them to us. The official results sitting in front of me right now. Riley Dixon wins the bike race on 8 points. Maximus Moore from Victoria is the silver medalist, and Harrison Dowling from Queensland is the bronze medalist. Congratulations to Riley Dixon. All three riders on 8 points across the line. Thomas Brinkley got up for 4th, Jack Panozzo for 5th, then Omer Kamitsi 6th, Joshua Moore 7th, Sid Natira was 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the ride-off for the gold medal. We're away in the ride-off for the gold medal in the gold medal in the under-15 sprint final. We have Ethan Lee and Flynn Charman. Ethan Lee leads down the back straight. He's got Flynn Charman behind him. There's been nothing between these two in this race. Lee won the first one by the width of a piece of paper. Charman got the second one by not much more. Charman the faster qualifier this morning. We started at 10 a.m. this morning. We're coming up to 10 minutes to 8 at night. Big day of racing for our under 15 competitors. They'll go through 2 laps to go. Ethan Lee's got loads of support, and there's a lot of West Australians here as well giving Flynn Charman some support. Ethan Lee starts to build up pace. Flynn Charman, is he going to be a little bit quicker on the snap this time? They head to the back straight. Charman and Lee. Lee starts to build up pace. Still got him high up on the track. Who's going to jump first? It's going to be a short sprint. Lee trying to back into him here. Good tactic here. Now he goes. That's good riding by Ethan Lee, because Flynn Charman's going to be chasing with everything he's got. He's out of the saddle. Hasn't sat down yet, but Ethan Lee, he may have got it tactically perfect here. Charman coming from the clouds, but Lee is going to hang on and win the national title. Ethan Lee is the national sprint champion in the under 15 men. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one race to go. 30 laps of the track, our under 15 points race final. We welcome onto the fence line Peter Samuel from New South Wales, Sean Bates from the ACT, Nate Roberts-Thompson from South Australia, Ethan Lee, if he's caught his breath, and here he is. He's just won the national sprint title. Congratulations. Adama Wadrago from Victoria, Joel Gooley from South Australia, Jack Pentland from South Australia, Leroy Bartlett from Victoria, Adrian Zhang from New South Wales, Patrick Richardson from Queensland, Nino Durand from New Caledonia. On the sprinters lane, Eden Pomard, Lucas Stribic, Declan Zeng, Felix Henderson, Casey Bunton from WA, Noah Blaisley from Tasmania, Thomas Perry from Victoria, Michael Moles from Victoria, Oliver Morris from New South Wales, and Sebastian Uri from Queensland. 21 riders in all, 30 laps of the track. Sprint every 10, 5, 3, 2 on 1, no double points on the last. If you get a lap, you get 10 points. If you lose a lap, you lose 10 points. Simple as that, 30 laps to go. First big move up round the outside by South Australia. Well, if it was important to score the 5-point sprints in the under-17s, it's going to be even more important in the under-15s. Would you believe it? 3 riders on 8 points, winning it on a count back. Goes to Queensland. Fantastic result. Peter Samuel leads at the bottom of the track. I think he's got Lucas Stribic on his wheel, broke the national record in the individual pursuit. He's already won the scratch race, so he'll be looking to add a 3rd championship to the individual list. He leads through. Declan Zhang on his wheel swings up. Short, sharp turns, the order of the day as they head down the back straight this time. Well, the duration of this race, just the 3 sprints, it's one of those things that if you could win a sprint in this one, you could almost get yourself a medal, almost guarantee yourself a medal, the way the points get split up and the way these riders are so competitive. Don't worry about conserving. Don't worry about rolling through for second. Get the win. It might be all you need to do. One sprint, get you up onto the podium. End up with a bronze medal at least. And who knows, you might end up with a count back for the win, depending on how you go on the last sprint. They'll come into the home straight this time with 23 laps to go. Good riding at the front by the South Australian rider, Joel Gooley. No need to swing up, just ride at the tempo you want. You're in position. He's doing the right thing here, the South Australian, as they head down the back straight. ACT moving forward. That's Sean Bates. He's got Jack Pentland following him. They're all going to charge from the back because there's not a lot of pace on at the front. They're going to come up with 22 laps to go. It'll get faster in this lap. Peter Samuel making up some distance. Lucas Stribic the same as they head down the back straight. It'll be bell lap in the home straight when they greet us here. Gooley on the front. Not enough pace on. They're going to have to start to pick it up. Peter Samuel starting to step round. He's also got Victoria, Samuel, Gooley, Pentland in there, Stribic as well as they head down the back straight. The Victorian rider, Leroy Bartlett amongst it as well. Peter Samuel has a look over the shoulder. Get out of that habit. Samuel takes the 5. And it was Stribic, Gooley, and I think it might have been the New Caledonia rider, and Sean Bates up round the outside, the first big attack. Good piece of riding here from Bates. Going to put them under pressure. Two riders riding beautifully off the front at the moment, Blaisley and Bates. Stribic on the front of the group, knows he has to try and bring this one back. He only got second in the first sprint. Peter Samuel took the 5. Sean Bates says, nope, a little bit too quick. I'll go back to the main field. What will that do to the chase? Blaisley does the same. So the breakaway swings up, and as soon as they swing up, the bunch turns it all off. We'll come into the home straight this time with 16 laps left to go. $15 to go now as they come into the home straight. Tasmania looking to swing up from doing a turn. Didn't get the opportunity once and did the right thing. Stayed down. Lucas Stribic down the back straight. Coming to the front very, very early here before the next sprint. Trying to turn the pace on, and it's working because he's starting to drag a couple of people away with him. We'll go through this time. He's got Declan Singh for company as they head down the back straight. Dragging 4 riders off the front here. With Drago there as well, as is Pomard from New Caledonia. Hidden Pomard. Stribic. Stay with Stribic. That would be my tactic if you can. The individual pursuit champion comes into the home straight. They're chasing him. Everyone's going to chase him. Adama Ouedraogo trying to get onto the back wheel. He knows the danger. If he can get across, he'll be okay. He's taken a medal this evening in the sprint. Stribic is just setting a tempo now. Not even looking over the shoulder, looking for the next 5 points. These are going to count beautifully for him. As we get the 5 points here, that'll take him to 8, and that'll take him to the leader of the bike race. And then you've got the next 2. Samuel swings up in the middle of the street. Back to 4th wheel for him. Stribic comes through, takes 5. That'll take him to 8. Then we got the 2 Victorians. 24 was Declan Zeng. He'll pick up 3. Ouedraogo will pick up 2. And it looked like Meares, who could have picked up the 1. So we're sharing the points around. Everybody except for Lucas, that is. Because he's going to lead the bike race and he's just riding away with it now. Broke the Australian record in the individual pursuit championship. Broke it by a couple of seconds as well. And now he's just riding the tempo that he wants to ride at. Get behind this young New South Welshman in the home straight. He's riding beautifully here, ladies and gentlemen. Half a lap up. He leads the bike race on 8 points. Peter Samuel won the first sprint. Like I said, he sits in 5-point land at the moment in the silver medal. There's no double points on the last, and if Stribic stays away, he's going to take another 5. It puts Samuel on the podium without doing too much more. He heads down the back straight. Stribic leads. They're chasing from the main peloton as Henderson trying to come out after him. Pomard then follows. Samuel now knows he needs to get amongst it, possibly just to protect his placing. I think Pentland might have gotten a little bit of trouble there. He swings up, swings down, tries to get onto the wheel of Stribic. He can follow, but he can't work. Henderson goes through. Bates leads. Samuel looking for a way, and he's going to have to hold on to position up the front of the bunch just to make sure he's amongst it. But if Stribic gets on the back, that's going to change everything for the likes of Peter Samuel, because the 5 points is going to be back in the bike race for the final sprint. They come into the home straight. The bunch looks like an elimination. And our leader of the bike race, he's at the 10, he's at the 5, he's on the back, he takes a lap. What a ride from Lucas Stribic. He takes the lap, gets 10 points. Now the 5 points is on. And the man in the box seat is away off the front now. Felix Henderson leads the bike race on the track. If he could stay away and take the 5 points, he'd take a medal. They head down the back straight. I'm having a look to see where Samuel is. He needs to make sure he stays up. He's up into third wheel. They come up to 2 laps to go. 5, 3, 2 and 1. Samuel goes to the front. He is second in the bike race at the moment on 5 points, and he steps out. Oh my goodness, he's swinging up as he comes up to get 1 to go. It's the final lap. Let's go. Samuel leads. He's second in the bike race at the moment and needs these points to get the silver medal. They were going to reel in Pentland as they head down the back straight. Samuel trying to hang on. Victoria and New South Wales coming at him on the final bend. They're going to get up round the outside. Samuel trying to hang on. He's not going to. They'll go across the line. Victoria Wadrago will pick up the 5. He'll go on to 7. I didn't quite see where Samuel crossed the line. I think he might have crossed in 3rd, which means he'll get 2 and go on to 7. I wasn't sure of the rider after that, but I think Adama Wadrago has done enough to get himself up into 2nd place, and I think Peter Samuel has done enough to hang on to the podium and possibly into bronze. But we will wait for the updated points. One thing is for sure, ladies and gentlemen, rider number 6 from New South Wales, the winner of the bike race is Lucas Stribic. Ladies and gentlemen, the updated result, Lucas Stribic, 21 points, takes the win. Silver medal, Adama Wadrago on 7 points. In the bronze medal, Peter Samuel from New South Wales on 7 points. That's the podium. That's the result. Please stick with us. We'll be moving on to our podium presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for our first presentation of the evening. We welcome now the Women's Under-17 Team Sprint Championship. In third place and winners of the bronze medal, South Australia, represented by Isabella Blackwell, Sophia Moffat and Monica Siebert. In second place, winners of the silver medal, New South Wales, Allegra Beretov, Jenna Gallagher and Erin Prince. In first place, winners of the gold medal and national champions, Western Australia, Ella Smith, Ava Rogers and Sienna Tinkler. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the presentation, the Under-15 Men Sprint Championship. In third place from New Caledonia, Nino Gerard. Winner of the bronze medal from Victoria, Adama Wadrago. In second place, winner of the silver medal from Western Australia, Flynn Charman. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion from Queensland, Ethan Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the podium presentations of the Under-17 Sprint Championship of Australia. In third place and winner of the bronze medal representing Western Australia, Tobias Zoe. In second place, winner of the silver medal representing New South Wales, Ruben Shepherd. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Queensland, Oscar Winchester. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium presentation of the men's under-17 points race. And in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Queensland, Harrison Dowling. In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Victoria, Maximus Moore. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing Queensland, Riley Dixon. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our final podium of the evening, the men's under 15 points race. Once again, we thank Louise Jones, Event Director, for the presentations this evening. And in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing New South Wales, Peter Samuel. In second place, winner of the silver medal representing Victoria, Adama Wadrago. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and national champion representing New South Wales, Lucas Stribic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our day here. We have one more day to go tomorrow. We'll start at the same time again. To everyone who's joined us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, thank you, and thank you for all your feedback during the day and your kind comments. Thank you to all of our volunteers today and everyone who's joined us in the Meares Velodrome. I'm Matt Poyner. Please have a safe journey home tonight.